like was mentioned in chat, Hannah will be joining us in a little bit. She had something to handle. So, we can...
Lucas, I can't see your camera. I don't know if it's just me. It's just swirling and swirling.
You said Lucas's?
Yeah, it's fine now.
Okay. Don't know what happened.
Yeah. No, JJ's was doing it. Maybe it's just me. But
I reloaded mine, that's why.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Yeah, when Lucas came off a stream, it just like his camera decided to disappear, but came back.
All right. So yeah, we will go over the recap from last session if everybody is good. Yeah, I will say since I've been running OBS on this computer, I find it hilarious that when I was running it on my old laptop, it tells you how much of your CPU you're using. When I used to run it on my laptop, I was using like 95%. And like right now, I'm looking at it and I'm running 1.5.
Wow.
Like,
that's
okay.
A big difference.
Yeah. Like, okay. Literally the opposite end of the spectrum.
That is a big difference.
All right. So, last session, as the group found their way back together at Moradin's Hall, Zash began complaining of a horrible stomach ache. He said he would stay at the inn for a bit to calm his stomach, and Nylor offered to stay with him. Iggy also stayed with him. The rest of the group then went off to a small jewelry store called the Horde. There they sold 5 of the gems that were obtained from the card that was drawn from the deck of many. After this, the group went to the magic shop called Wizards of the Sword Coast. There they bought some potions of healing, a new sword for Albina, and Smith picked up some beads of force.
I thought we went to a different magic shop, a small one that Smith knew because he was talking to him about that map.
No, that was Wizards of the Sword Coast.
Oh, I thought that was the one that was connected to the Philosopher's Stone.
No, the Philosopher's Stone is just down the road from there.
Oh,
yep.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 separate shops. They then ventured over to an armorer called Curious Forge, where Cephas bought a set of half-plate. As they were leaving, they heard a mother screaming after her child, who was mindlessly wandering the street away from her. Luna and Albina started asking the woman what was going on, and she explained that her child was under some kind of mind control. Smith heard her mumbling something about hearing music. Albina then cast Dispel Magic on her and broke the enchantment. At this point, Wu Xing, I think he's a human fighter, I think that's what he was, burst from the side and shouted at the group for hindering his investigation. He explained that about 2 weeks ago, he picked up a job around Neverwinter to find out why children had gone missing and to stop whoever was responsible. He further explained that he was going to follow the little girl wherever she was heading in order to confront who was behind this issue. With the girl cured, Wu asked where she heard the music. He then asked the group if they would be able to help him stop whatever was causing this. This then led the group to a sewer entrance where they headed inside. Trekking through the vile sewer eventually led to a confrontation with a pipe-wielding bard who could control rats. Combat fucking ensued, and it was about a 4-hour-long combat encounter, pretty much. During the fight, Wu Xing was killed outright, and both Cephas and Albina went down. Also, Cephas was turned into a honey badger at one point, which I thought was the funniest thing ever. In the end, Smith was able to finish off the Piper as the group gathered around the body of Wu. As the camera panned away from the scene, we saw Nylor sitting by Zash's bed, reading his star maps. Iggy sits sleeping in a chair next to him. With a loud sneeze, Nylor wakes Iggy, who tells Nylor about his horrific dream he was having about his friends almost dying in the sewers of the city. Nylor chuckled and said, "Wait, what? They just left to go to the shop. It was just a dream." So, we are going to be picking up shortly after that. The group who had already gone out is going to be just heading out of the armory shop where Seftis picked up his armor. So I'm going to sort of shift things a little bit back to Moradin's hall where Zash and Nylor and Iggy are. Iggy has just sort of popped up and, explained that, he had this really terrible dream. And, Zash, at this point, while you were sitting there, your stomach has calmed down. You were able to drink some ginger ale that the tavern owner was able to get together with you. You still have some stomach grumblings. You're not 100% right now, but there's nothing detrimental. But as Iggy pops up, you're sort of sitting there, and he goes, "Oh man, that dream. Oh, that dream, that was just too real." And he looks over at you, Zash, and says, "Hey, if you're feeling better, can we go and check on them? I got a really bad feeling."
Yeah, we can head over.
And
now, did I have the dream too?
No, you did not.
Okay.
You were more or less just there trying to deal with this, and there was some gas, we're gonna say. But you were able to. Nylor was able to, when the group was all together, Nylor was able to hear that they were going to be heading to a magical shop that Smith knew, and so that might lead you to, that would eventually lead you to heading over to that location.
Okay.
So I found in session 26 where it says a dabber mentioned retired alchemist who runs a bakery as well as a magic component shop. So Philosopher's Stone and Wizard of the Sword Coast I thought would run by him together. That's why I thought they were like right there, and then we went to a small magic shop, a separate one.
No, a dabber mentioned a retired alchemist named Ronpo who now runs a bakery called Philosopher's Stone. Okay, so probably the way that it's written might be a little confusing, and I may have said it, I did not mean it if I said it this way, but
okay.
When you were asking about an herbalist and an alchemist, there's a retired. So Ronpo runs the Philosopher's Stone. The magical component shop, which is where you guys went, is Wizards of the Sword Coast. Two different people. Like the one is specifically herbalism. The other one has magical components. So I may have misspoken whenever I said that, but that was always the intention.
Okay, I was definitely put them together and run by the same person.
Yeah, because otherwise it would have been Ronpo either there or, might be at the herbalist. I'm going with the sense that, because in my mind they were two different shops run by two different people. So I may have misspoke before, may have said some, but yeah.
That just changes where I even want to go. I don't even know where I want to go now.
Well, like I said, I'm gonna handle Zash and Nylor real quick and Iggy. So as the three of you, Nylor heard that he was planning on heading out to go to this magical component shop, and that's some you know that there's only like 2 or 3 in the immediate area, so it wouldn't take you very long to head there. Zash, so as you walking through the streets, you come up to this familiar building, sort of almost like non-Euclidean geometry in a way, sort of, like odd angles of the building. In fact, it's actually one that you recognize. It is a building that was actually built by the Innsmouths. But as you step in, it's kind of a familiar scene. You step in, you see this man standing behind the counter, dressed in ostentatious clothing, and he sees the three of you and says, "Hello, afternoon! How can I help you today?"
So we're at a magic item shop?
You're at a magic item shop. The presumption would be, heading to the place where you would imagine the group was going.
Okay. Good morning. We're actually looking for some of our friends. Has anybody stopped in here this morning?
A few folks. Who are you looking for?
Elf lady with a bow, a fire ganassi, warforged.
Yes. They were here, maybe about 15 minutes, if anything.
Any idea which way they were heading, by chance?
I believe I heard yes, I do remember them. The fire ganassi, she purchased a dancing sword. The elven gentleman bought some beads of force, and the young elven lady bought some healing potions. I believe the large mechanical gentleman said that he wanted to head over to an armorer to pick up a set. I believe the closest one where I directed them was Curious Forge, just down near the river.
Okay.
So it'd probably be the best case for you to find them. But out of curiosity, are the two of you interested in purchasing anything today?
Did they clean you out of healing potions?
I still have a few laying around. They're not going to be, the most extravagant ones. He, looks through his stuff. Actually, I think the group did leave some of the higher end ones.
No. Oh yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Actually, I thought we were two lower ones. I'm not even sure. I know I left some because, well, that's
Yeah, it was, where did I...
made them.
Yeah, two...
Oh wait, no, you made them.
Yeah, they picked up Beads of Force, a Dancing Rapier, a standard... and standard and greater healing potions are gone. So there would still be a superior and a supreme.
Okay.
Well, I thought
Definitely
there
don't
were
think we need
6
Supreme.
regular ones, and we only got 4 regular ones.
Okay, yeah, well, that's fine. We'll say that there's 2 more healing potions left.
Of which quality?
Standard. There's going to be standard, supreme, and superior. There's going to be 2 standard healing potions.
Okay. I actually feel like superior and supreme are kind of overkill right now. Well, maybe not superior. 8d4
plus 8.
Yeah.
But supreme is 10d4 plus 20.
I know. That's like a full heal just off of that almost. That I don't think I need. I just had the page for the cost and I lost it.
The superior is 450. The supreme is 1350.
I'll look at Nylor. Do you think we need a supreme, or I'm sorry, a superior?
I mean, I feel like we're kind of rolling it at... Wait, they sold the gems without us being there, right? So we technically don't have that gold right now.
You don't have that gold. Yeah, you don't have the gold or the bag of holding.
Oh, okay. Well, looks like we're not buying anything then.
True.
Yeah, I specifically... I don't have... I can't afford that, so...
Yeah. No, looks like we're all good.
Okay. Well, if you need anything, just so you know, potions are constantly being restocked. I generally always have at least a few laying around, but if anything catches your eye, sometimes he who hesitates is lost, as our inventory changes daily. And he
have to come back tomorrow.
he'll hand you a little business card that has a little like animated front to it that sort of like a lenticular image of a wand casting a spell, and it says Wizards of the Sword Coast.
Thank you. I'll put it in my belt, and we will head towards the armor smith by the river.
Okay. As you are heading over there, you're just making your way down the road as you see the rest of your group standing there. Iggy's sort of been like, kind of patiently, but also like very agitatedly, like wanting to get a move on the moment he heard that they were down there. And as you guys are walking up, you see the rest of your group there. Cephas is being fitted for this half plate of armor over his chest. So the group is back together.
Morning, guys. How's everyone doing?
Peachy keen.
Great.
Awesome.
I wanted to go back to that potion shop, or I don't even know where I want to go. I had a plan, and I'm just confused as to what my choices were, or what Adabra even said existed.
Well, I mean,
I thought Ronpo was the herbalist.
Ronpo is the herbalist. He is. Like I said, he used to be an alchemist. He used to be he is an herbalist and an alchemist, but he used to run an actual shop. Now he runs a bakery. But he there's also Wizards of the Sword Coast, which sells those components. So he runs a bakery called the Philosopher's Stone.
Because basically, I want to go back, because we got all caught up in trying to get cash that Aluna forgot to check about her pendant at the jewelers. I can't say that word. So they either there or back at the magic shop, considering they're separate places. Because I was thinking I was going to Rompo because he had the magic shop and the herbalist place in one place. So, not there yet. But those are 3 places I want to go.
Alright, I mean, it's up to you guys where you're all going.
I'm not interested in armor as such. And if I'm the only one, I was imagining she would head back to that magic shop or the jewelers to ask about her pendant.
So do you want to head there by yourself?
Well, I don't know unless someone else wanted to go.
I'd probably stay with the party and just catch up with everybody since I've been out of commission for a day. I'd probably stay with the party.
Oh no, you haven't been out of commission for a day. You've been out of commission for like an hour.
Oh.
Yeah.
I guess I missed.
Yeah, you were only out of it for like maybe a half, like basically not to get into the nitty gritty and dirt of it. Basically, you ate some stew the night before, and it's been a little while since you had that stew, and it sort of funked up with your body. But after using the bathroom and then just sort of sitting down,
the stomach ache
yeah, it's like okay. you had an opportunity to keep your lower half under a blanket for a little while, warm yourself up, let things move on, and so
okay,
yeah.
Because I was imagining while everyone was going to the armory, Iluna has very little to no interest there. However, she does have the bag of holding, and they don't have any money.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Cetus
how
would
much?
like some
I
money.
don't want to drag everyone back. I don't want
Well-
to drag everyone back while they're looking at armor, so she can ask about her pendant, which she kind of wants to be a little private about anyhow. I mean,
Well,
it's
if-
not necessary. It's
so
not
if
like
you
it's a
just-
secret, but
So if
she's not like, hey, everybody, come learn about my pendant. Just, I'm gonna go back and ask.
so if you just want to go check on your pendant and it's like a personal thing, I can just take the bag of holding back and like we can kind of do our thing and you can go be private about your pendant and do what you want to do with that. If that works for you.
Okay, she probably will also want to buy things at the herbalist alchemist place, so I guess we can meet up there,
Okay.
Okay.
or give her some cash. Oh, I don't want to like separate. I don't want to separate things too much.
I mean, it depends on.
Well,
Wherever the other group is going is gonna really depend on how much the group is being split up. So, did anyone else want to go to any other location, or did you guys just want to go to the herbalist and wait for her to get there?
I
Cetus
just-
would like to get some armor
Well, you're
for his
supposed
horse.
to be at the armory.
Oh yeah, no, you guys are at the armory. Cetus is currently being
Right.
fitted for his armor.
I
I'm just a
wouldn't
little
mind.
I'm a little confused because Stacy said she wanted to go do the amulet jewelry thing and keep it like private on the DL, but then not so I don't really
No.
know like what the middle ground is here.
Well, she's just gonna say, I'm going to check about my pendant. You can come to the jeweler's if you want. I don't need any armor. I'm not looking for armor.
Okay. Well, I kind of want to check the shop out and see what they have. So
Yeah, I kind of want to check the armor out too. I wouldn't mind seeing if I could get an upgrade.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I mean, Iluna, you can head over to the jeweler. I mean, if you're just asking her a question, you know, that's not a big issue.
That back to the magic shop. She doesn't know who's gonna know more about her pendant.
That's fine. Like I said, I mean, either one of those places, you know, if you're just going for asking a question, you're not going to need, you know, the bag of holding and stuff like that.
No, she doesn't need any money.
Yep.
But I'd like to meet up at the alchemist.
yeah, we can do that.
So,
Okay. So that's what we'll do. So while we're playing out, while Stacy and I are playing out this scene, you guys can look through the you can look through the armor. I'm trying to find it. For some reason it's not showing. I'm not getting my list up here. What the hell's going on? Where's my table? I don't know. That's weird. Equipment. Alright. I'm going to do it a different way. Yeah.
oh, kind of out of game. Previously, I think at the magic shop, Iluna had a Cloak of Elvenkind? Is that what it's called? Held back. Because I did not want to decide on 5,000 gold by myself. So if as a group
Yeah.
of 5,000 gold seems really too much,
Yeah, there were
virtually
two.
by any of you, then I'll just not bother.
Yeah, there was
I was looking at that as well.
there was
And thought the same exact thing.
yeah, there was two Cloaks of Elvenkind, so
Oh. Oh, right now I don't even know how much cash we, or how much, yeah, we
Hold on, I can tell you.
jeweled out. cashed out our
There it is.
We
We
have
wrote it down.
4,389 gold, and you said you sold 5 gems.
Sold 5 for 8,000
Yeah.
gold.
So
Lucas made a note of what we had left.
did
It's in P5, 3,490 after we bought 4 potions of healing, 2 greater potions of healing,
Mhm.
the beads of force, and a dancing rapier.
Yep.
okay? So
But that's
I'll
in the
change
bout
it.
of holding
Well,
3,490.
well, no. The amount that's listed there is how much you guys spent.
Oh wait, that's how much it cost. I had it
Yes.
backwards.
Oh,
So I meant
shit.
backwards.
That is how much everything there costs.
So I needed to subtract that from the 4,000.
I already-
whatever I said.
I already did that because that went up to like 8,000 in some odd amount, and then I took off that 34.
Well, I just deleted it because I thought we were at 4,900, and I
Nope.
don't know what it was at
Just
before.
just updated.
Okay, I'm gonna just close out.
Yep, 4,389.
So that's how much we have left from the
Okay.
gems. The
Yes.
4,389. But the other gold that was in there were not. Like we had
Did-
other gold.
That's already taken into account. What is listed on there? The 4,389 is what you guys currently have right now.
Did you guys subtract
in
the
total.
gems?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so we're at 15 gems total in the bag.
No, you're at 10. Sorry, for some reason it
10,
didn't.
Okay.
And
Okay.
Yeah, because
10?
you had 20.
I thought we
Yeah.
only spent.
Oh. Okay.
Or wait, no, maybe I'm wrong.
I thought we only changed out 5 gems.
So if we
Okay,
had
we still
20
have
total, if we had 20 total, and you guys
We only-
sold 5.
No, it was 25. It was 25, so I was right. Yeah, I had already accounted for it because you guys have 15 remaining.
Okay.
Yeah, because you still have 5 off to the side, which are the diamonds.
Right. Those ones we're not selling.
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty.
So right now, I'm trying to actually look at it. We have 4,000 gold. Well, 43, 40, whatever. That's currently not enough to buy our cloaks, basically. So we either have to go and do some more gem exchanging or just hold off on cloaks.
Mm-hmm.
This is all out of game. Like, do we want to get more money, basically?
I mean, so we could. It's just like that's a majority of our gold. I don't know what else we'd really spend it on. Like, I know I would love to have a Cloak of Elvenkind because I do so much stealthing that it would be really, really nice for me to have advantage on stealth rolls.
How much gold do we have left total? Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Right now we have just under 4,400, but we also have 15 gems worth 2k each banked, so that's 30k.
Depends
You guys-
on our exchange rate. We got a lower exchange. What was it?
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the value of each gem, they are worth 2,000 gold. To try and get that out of a shopkeep, yeah, I mean, you can attempt to barter. The woman that they talked to over at the Horde gave them the value for, about, I think it was like 18 or something like that for them.
Okay.
I would
16.
like to buy
Yep.
possibly a breastplate, which is 400 gold.
Okay.
Oh, I totally missed it.
Yeah.
I
So
probably went about 800
so
to
yeah.
get some splint mail for my horse.
So yeah, because I was gonna say, yep, yeah, 4 times the cost for the horse. Okay. So
I mean, I'm down to get Nylor a breastplate for sure. Like, raising our spellcaster's AC, I feel, is always a good choice.
is Nylor? Wait,
Yeah,
you said breastplate.
Yeah,
Um.
it's medium, is it not?
Yeah. Yeah.
And Nylarka were light or medium.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, so basically, if there's, if you guys want to buy that, just let.
Wow.
So that's going to be.
Yeah. That would put you up to a 19 AC, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So that's going to be
400.
800. So you're going to take out 1,200 for all of that because Cephas's horse is going to get some splint armor. And then 400 for the breastplate. Now, I'm going to say that the breastplate is something that the armorer has on hand. That's a fairly common thing. He is going to explain that he does not right now have a full set of splint for a horse. So he does say it is going to take him about a day or two to get that ready. He has the pieces for it. He can get it assembled fairly quickly, but it's going to take him about a day in order to get everything together for your horse.
Sep just looks around, annoyed. It's like, this is acceptable. I'll return in a day or two. I hope you can assist me by then.
Just out of curiosity, what does an annoyed Warforged look like? Are you like steaming?
Steam, yeah. Some heat, some heat coming up, yeah.
Like very cartoony, steam out of the ears.
Yep.
About cash, because we kind of went back to the armory.
Well, that's like I said. That's all going on at this point. At least in my mind, you have handed off the bag of holding to Zash and have headed over to the jeweler. We were just sort of handling.
Well, I know that's why I was asking in game, because if I'm going to the jeweler and we wanted to exchange anything else, are we just gonna not roleplay exchanging, or are we just?
I mean, if you want to try and get a better deal, that's up to you.
Do we want more money, and does somebody want to come with me to get more money, basically? Now that the rest of our party's here.
Just real quick, first thing I want to clarify, we just dropped 1,200 at the armory?
Yes.
Okay, I want to update as we go. 31, okay. And then I guess it's kind of just a group consensus on if we want to drop 10k on cloaks, because Stacey, you want to get the other cloak, right?
Yeah, it's just something I want. It's I don't even know what it does. I know it adds to stealth. I'm not exactly sure how it works or how much stealth it adds to, but
I think it just gives you advantage on stealth rolls.
The Cloak of Elvenkind.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have basically while you're wearing it, perception checks made to see you have disadvantage, and you have advantage on stealth checks whenever you're trying to hide. Also, it's while the hood is up, you get this benefit. So if you are in, if you're just wearing it as a cloak and you don't have that up, it is specifically says pulling the hood up or down requires an action because the cloak's colors shift to camouflage you.
Just out of curiosity, if I'm sneaking ahead, would that give me advantage on that roll?
Yeah, because basically if somebody was to be trying to see you, say an ambush or what have you, those checks would be made with disadvantage. And if you were trying to hide, if you were trying to sneak around, your stealth checks would have advantage.
Okay.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, I would really love that because that's kind of what I do.
Okay.
But same thing of what Stacey said earlier.
I don't know. I was kind of imagining I was walking up from the armory or down or whatever, back towards the jewelers. Yeah.
Okay.
But I guess I would have left the bag of holding with somebody.
Well, I mean, we can.
Or what,
Well, like I said, I mean, nothing is written in stone here.
Yeah.
I mean,
we're
you
trying
can
to
just
like figuring it all
yeah.
out.
I mean, like I said, there's if you if everybody sort of went down to the armory, that's where everybody was meeting up. That's where everything sort of kicked off. And if at that point you're like, okay, well, I want to go up and check out something about my pendant. I want to go back to the jeweler.
Oh, like, if she sees Zash and Nylar, she'd be like, hey, I don't even know.
Like I said, pretty much, Zash and Nylar and Iggy got down to the armorer.
Oh, it's good to see you're feeling better. How did you know we were here?
Oh, well, I knew you guys were going to the magic shop, and I just tried to catch you there, and we had just missed you, and he said that he heard you guys discussing the armory shop down by the river, so that was the next place we went and searched, and we caught you guys here.
Well, I'm glad you seem to be feeling better. We traded in some of our gems. We've got this much left. Do you think we're gonna need any more?
Well, I mean, it is up to the group, I did see a cloak that I would really like, but it is very expensive, so I definitely understand if we want to hold off on that.
Yeah.
Ha! We are rich. Spend all the money.
It's just fake money anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Fake money. So here's the consensus, I guess. Do we want to change any of our... Because I'm going to head back up the jewelers.
Mhm.
I've got, in our, attempt to get all of our cash, I forgot, I really wanted to ask about my pendant.
I mean, it's up to everybody else, because like I said, 10K is a shit ton of money for us right now, so like, if everybody else is cool with it, like, I'll head with you up to the jewelers so we can sell, and then go get our clothes. And then we can meet up at the herbalist shop. So it's basically like Smith, Tony, Steve, like, if you guys are cool with that amount of money being spent on the cloaks, then like, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I mean, we got the money. I mean, we wouldn't have this money ordinarily, so we've got it now. Might as well use it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, we just get super fucking lucky with a deck of many things roll.
Yeah, we're like super low level, really, for this amount of cash, so just piss it away, level up.
Smith, thoughts?
In my opinion, it's not really worth the money, but it's not my money there. Saying that, so I'd say go for it.
Okay. Tony, are you back?
Oh. I somehow missed that he wandered off. In my own confusion.
Okay,
Oh,
well...
he wrote it.
Yeah, he wrote it in P5.
I see it now. How many? We have 15 gems, and they're gonna be worth something. I would imagine at least 15 apiece. I don't...
So you sold 5 for how much?
5 for 8,000.
5 for... Okay.
So they were 1,600 apiece.
Okay. So that would be like... We'd have to sell like 7 gems, so just about half of what we have left.
For what?
If we wanted to cover the cost to get the clothes.
Oh, sure, at that rate, yes.
Unless we got...
Unless you got a better deal.
Yeah. Which I can try to barter. Because were you the one that bartered before, Stacy?
Yeah, I was super not great at that. I don't know. I don't know if I even rolled bartering. I think it was just a conversation.
No, I think it's like persuasion check. So I can
Yeah.
try to like act like I don't know you.
They're really...
So I can try to get a better deal.
There
See what happens.
There really wasn't much bartering. There really wasn't much bartering. She was basically like, well, I'll offer you 8,000 for these 5 wonderful gems. Take it or leave it kind of thing. Like that. And they were basically like, oh, yeah, okay, cool.
Well, Yeah, in my head, I was thinking Iluna would ask Ash if he knew any other place, like well, if this is the
Right.
best you can do, I'm gonna go over here, type of thing. But
Yeah, so yeah, I'll go with you to the jewelry shop so we can sell some gems and go get our fancy cloaks.
for fancy cloaks, no one cares.
Hell yeah.
I feel like it's.
I care.
I think I'm playing Iluna as she just wants an elvish cloak.
She wants the things that are called elf.
She's always wanted one. She's always wanted one, and she's heard great things, and there's one right there. She doesn't know why she doesn't have one from an actual.
She wants those
elf.
boots of Elvenkind and that cloak of Elvenkind and an elven chain and an elven trinket and an elven bread.
That I'm not sure why, as an elf, she doesn't have one, but lo and behold, doesn't. So.
She's an uncultured elf.
Yes. This
Okay.
nomadic elf did not have access to that type of cloak, and now there's one right there.
So,
But I feel like it's overdoing it, having two people. I'm gonna have to be sneakier just to gain the.
well, I mean, it never hurts. That's for sure. Because, like, you also have enemies have disadvantage on seeing you too when you're using it, so that's always really good as well.
Yep.
All right, so, I'll go up to Saftis. Hey, bud, here is the 800 gold you needed.
12.
Yes.
Yeah, in total. In total, his
In total, it's 1200.
yeah, it's 1200. His was 8.
Okay.
Nylor's is
Yeah, mine was 8.
4.
All right, so I'll give him his 8. I'll give Nylor his 4, so that you guys can get your stuff. And then, I'll say I'm gonna head with Iluna to the jewelry shop so we can sell a couple more of these. And then I think her and I are gonna head back to the magic shop and see what kind of deal we can get for the cloaks. And then we just all meet up at the herbalist shop. Sound good?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Ready when you are, Iluna.
Okay. So we will say.
Jeweler.
Okay, so we will say.
You know where you're going.
The two of you will start heading over there. During this time, basically, these are the moments where Nylor is getting fitted for his armor and Seftis is getting fitted for his. We'll say that Albina is playing with the sort of dancing, and Smith, if you want to be looking over those beads of force, you know what they are, and just maybe checking out the quality of them, unless you want to be doing something else in that moment.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. So yeah.
I can't imagine. Hannah
S-
might want some armor.
Well, hey, she can always. I'm not worried about the semantics. That stuff can all be handled. Off to the side. But yeah, the two of you head back up to the Horde. So same old lady. She's standing there behind the counter. It's maybe been about 45 minutes. Half an hour since you've last seen her. As you walk in, she takes a look up. She hurriedly shuffles something underneath the counter, and when she says Iluna walking in, she goes, "Oh, welcome back. I was just checking out those gemstones that I just purchased from you. Very fine quality, I must say."
Yes.
I'm just gonna stand back and pretend like I don't know Iluna.
Okay. Okay.
Good quality. Yes. No. I get it. I just came back from the rest of my. How many people were with me?
4.
Part of my group.
Or well, no,
To,
yeah, 3 other people.
There were three other.
Mm-hmm.
Because I wanted to ask you a quick question about some jewelry my mother gave me.
Oh, okay. I mean, I can give you an estimate.
Sash, trying to hint that she wants to be away from this person. because it seems try to make it. It's rather personal.
I'll just like wander off to the
Walk
other side of
away
the
to-
store and
walk
pretend
away
like I'm
to-
browsing.
Okay.
And then hesitantly pulls out her pendant and says, the wizard in our group knows its magic. Oh, I can't remember. He knows it's teleportation or no? I can't remember if that's known by her now or known by me. I think he knows about portals, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember. So I was wondering if you saw anything like this before. She's not gonna hand it over, but she can touch it.
She looks it over and takes some time looking at it, and she goes, well, it's the design is very clearly fey. It is in wonderful condition. I have not seen this particular design before, but what exactly are you wanting to know about it? I mean, it is exquisite in design. Elven crafters are some of the most, elven hands are often sometimes the best crafting that I have ever seen. The attention to detail is just immense. But what exactly did you want to know, or what were you trying to get a price on it, or what?
Oh no, it's not for sale. Just if you've seen anything like this before, maybe age, some sort of history about a pendant like this.
Well, it is definitely a design I have never seen. If you said that a mage has discerned some kind of magic, I'm sure that I'm sure if they were able to discern something about it, you could hire a mage to, identify it, find out what exactly it does. Unfortunately, I am not one who is very skilled at enchantment. I am simply a purveyor of gemstones. I can give you a wonderful price. I could take it off your hands and, sell it to whoever turns around, but, and I do sell a few, very particular, I do sell a few enchanted items here, but most of those are a little bit pricier, and they are, I don't really advertise them that much. It attracts unwanted attention sometimes.
Say that you answered that question. If you've come across other enchanted jewelry and so forth, how do you get them assessed then? How do you know what type of enchantments they have?
Personally, the ones that I get, I head down to, I don't know if I ever actually gave the guy a name, but the wizard that was at, hold on. I don't know if I ever gave the wizard down at Wizards of the Sword Coast. Here we go. Here's a good name. Add it to the document real fast. She says, well, normally the ones that I am purchasing are already identified. They are often given to me with that understanding, with that guarantee. If there is ever one that I am unsure of, I simply head down to speak to Elberos, at Wizards of the Sword Coast. He is he has many an identify scroll that he is able to use, and I trust his judgment. He has never steered me wrong. If you are curious to find out the exact details of this pendant, I might recommend heading down there and speaking to him. He's a bit of an eccentric fellow, but he is of sound judgment.
Thanks for your recommendation. Can you tell me the types of enchanted items you might have sold before?
Well, that's...
I don't need just a general idea of the type of things he's been able to.
Well, I mean, probably the one that...
Anything like this at all?
Well, the one that comes to mind, which was sort of a very particular one. It was a symbol of a god. I believe, if I am not mistaken, I believe it was a sun. I cannot remember if it was Pelor or Lathander, but it was the Amulet of Devotion. I believe, yes, that's what it was. It was something. It was found in a crate. Some gentleman brought it in. Was not sure what it was. I do not purchase any items that I do not know exactly what they do. He was able to inform me that it was a very rare artifact indeed. But it allows those who are worshippers of said god to channel some magic. They're able to channel some divine energy. Not exactly sure. I'm believe in the gods, but don't follow any one particular. Tamora's the only one sort of keeping an eye out for us, but had my string of bad luck sometime. Thought I was buying diamonds one time, and here they were, just very shiny rocks that were transmuted. And within the hour, they were back to the way they were. In fact, that is why I was investigating yours here under the counter. I have a timer that goes off, because there's about a time frame normally when those spells can last.
As genuine as I could imagine they could be.
Well, while you say that, what is Zash doing during all this?
He's just like off to the side browsing, trying to not pay attention to what she's talking about and give her privacy.
Okay. Yeah, the whole time this is going on, the woman like keeps glancing over in your direction but doesn't say anything, but is definitely keeping an eye on you.
I'll definitely like have my hands behind my back, like kind of holding my, just to show like, I'm not trying to steal shit from you. Like I'm literally just browsing and waiting my turn.
That's fine. All right.
Thanks for your time. I don't think I have any further questions.
Can
I
of course
trust you to not talk about this pendant to anyone?
Oh, that is perfectly fine. Discretion. She looks over at Zash. She says, discretion is key. I understand, a lot of my clients who do come in for appraisals, if they are of the higher end, I try not to speak too much about them, mainly so that they are not targeted. So I understand the safety of my clientele.
I appreciate your discretion as things were today. I'll be on my way. I appreciate your time.
I appreciate yours, but I must go and help this gentleman over here.
Yes, I've been waiting patiently. And Aluna will nod her goodbyes to the jeweler and the stranger Zash.
Okay. And
she heads to. Where are we going?
okay, and she heads.
Oh yeah, the magic shop.
Yeah. So she heads over. She heads over to you, Zash, and she goes, "I do apologize for ignoring you. That young elf over there had a question. I apologize. My name is Trinora. How may I help you today? I see you are checking out these wonderful rings. Might have one caught your attention."
It's not an issue, Trinora. You know, business is business. I understand. I'm actually here on business of my own. I'm looking to sell some gems for my lord.
Oh.
And I'm just shopping around to, get some prices. And I'll reach into the bag of holding and I'll pull out 7 of the gems. And I'll lay them out on the counter. And I'm gonna make sure that I have my hand, that I have my my Innsmith ring on.
Okay.
On the counter, so that she very obviously sees what family I am from and who I'm representing right now.
And as you do so, she, she's looking at them and she goes, interesting. Very nice gems. And whenever you sort of put your hand down and she sees the ring, and she goes, and you said, you said that you are looking to sell these for your lord, I see.
Yes.
I understand well. And she makes sure that Iluna is out of there, whenever she goes to bring this up. And she goes, as soon as she steps out and starts heading down towards Wizards of the Sword Coast, she goes, "You know what? In fact, that young elf was just in here maybe about half an hour ago, 45 minutes, selling very similar gems. I gave them a price. I gave them a roundabout price. But I see that signet ring you have. I assume you are representing the Innsmiths?"
I am indeed.
Well, if I could, if bartering chips are out for play, I would be willing to purchase these off of you for, I believe I gave them a deal with 8,000, and she looks down, has it sitting there. You said you had 7, right?
Yeah.
She goes, What if I said, and she pulls out a little rudimentary calculator, 12,000 for all of them, and with that, maybe a possible, with, the better sale, a possible wink and nudge towards Lord Innsmouth, if in the future I am in need of some shop work.
Well, unfortunately, I don't have the authority to make deals like that. I'm just simply trying to get coin.
Of course, but a representative of Lord Innsmouth, I can only imagine, a good word here or there.
Unfortunately, I am on very strict word of what to do with these.
I understand well, Mum. Maybe in the future.
I could definitely say that you gave me a good deal if you give me a good deal, though.
Well, then, maybe that might... an arrangement might be able to make. What if we say about 18 apiece? And she, figures it out. She's like, you would be walking out of here with 12,600. It is leaving me very little wiggle room for the sale.
How about 13?
Roll me a persuasion check.
Okay. Come on!
Roll
an 11.
Ooh. Beauregard. 13. Well, 13 comes out to an extra 50 gold apiece. I think 12.6 might be the best I can do. Like I said, right now that I am sitting with this, I will be sitting on quite a surplus of gemstones. Not exactly sure when I'm going to be able to offload them. To simply say that I have, that money floating around, it's quite a bit rough this time of year.
So you said 12 or 1,800 apiece?
Yeah, which would be 12.6 for the whole lot.
Right. I reach my hand out to shake her hand.
She reaches her hand out and she shakes yours. She is looking over the gemstones that are on the counter, and she says, "Okay, well, under the word of your lord, and give me one moment." And much like I explained last session, which I know you and Tony weren't here, basically the way that the city works for some of the higher-end clienteles, the Church of Timora is the bank, and they essentially have these like two-way portal bags that are connected to one another, where anything put into one, kind of like a bag of holding, but there's two of them, and anything that's in one is in the other. So she goes in the back, basically slips a note into her side, requesting a deposit from her coffers, and after about 10 minutes or so, she is able to come out, and she has... You hear her in the back. She's like, "Do you want a credit slip for the church or for the bank, or do you want the coin?"
The coin, please.
Okay. So after a hot minute, she comes out, and she has a bag with 1,260 platinum pieces in it, which obviously each one of those is worth 10 gold.
Okay. Wait, I thought platinum was 100 gold.
Nope. I don't.
Wow, I was mistaken. Okay. I will thank her, and I will slip that bag in the bag of holding, and I will wish her a good day and thank her for her business again, and I will go and catch up with Iluna.
And she nods and she says, "And if when you see Sir Thortan, let him know that if he ever needs anything else, if he ever needs, rings or pendants or anything, I am."
I'll pull out the business card that I got from the Wizard's Coast and ask him, "Do you have one similar?"
Oh, not as fancy as Erebus's, but and she pulls out this slip that says Trenor's Hoard.
I'll grab it. I'll be sure to tell him about how well you've taken care of me today.
Thank you. I very much appreciate it.
Have a good day.
You as well. And yeah.
I go and catch up to Iluna.
Okay. So.
Apparently, I found a snack on the way.
Yeah. there was a young lad.
Street food.
Yeah, there was a young lad selling apples for 2 copper apiece.
Good. It tastes like corn chips.
Elberos. I have to remember that name. Yeah, the two of you are able to meet up. We'll say that you're down at you're heading into the Wizards of the Sword Coast at this point.
Did you get a good price?
I got 1,800 a gem. So
She's holding out on us.
yeah, I mean I had to throw a little weight around, but
Have your persuasion to help.
yeah, I feel like I think I got out of it pretty well. Are you ready to go barter with this guy now and try to get a deal on these cloaks? I mean, we are going to be buying 2 of them, so.
Yeah, that's probably not very typical. I haven't seen anything like it my whole life. I know they exist.
Oh, is this the Magic Keeper?
Yes, that is Elberos.
He is awesome.
Oh, I didn't even look. I saw.
Yep, that is.
It's in P5.
Yep.
Yeah. The whole Discord server gets busy, so I ignore the.
And that is Trinora.
Try to ignore the little red dot. She's adorable.
Is she dwarf?
Halfling.
Okay.
Yeah, he looks conniving. I don't trust him now.
I love how he's like,
Mandalorian
using
on
this
his
tiny
shelf.
little dagger, and it looks like he's gonna use it as like a toothpick.
I just love the fact that he's wearing a sock puppet on his hand.
I didn't even realize that.
Oh shit! I just realized in the background of that picture, those green boots that are right behind him that look like they're sort of hovering. Those are boots of springing and striding, and that's great. Oh, and there's a shield of expression up to his left. Oh my god, I love this picture even more. All right, yeah, that's definitely Elberos.
What's the slinky?
I was wondering what.
I don't know what that is.
I was wondering what the things on the wall that look kind of like cameras and kind of like eyeballs.
That would definitely be it. That would definitely be like some kind of scrying. Like some scrying orb that he's able to look through. But yeah, we'll say at that point you guys head in there, and as you do, you know, still all kind.
The same one we spoke with before.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And as you walk in,
And
he's
Vash and Nyler were just there, but they couldn't buy nothing because we stole all their money.
right. So yeah, as soon as he walks in, you see he turns around and says, "Oh, welcome back. Ah, I see you have brought your purse. I mean your friend."
Well, to be fair, I did bring both.
Ah, yes, yes. Commerce makes the world go round. So, what can I help you folks with?
Well... Oh, go ahead.
I wanted to ask what pendant. Are we doing that first? Or are we doing the bargaining?
Oh, I didn't know you wanted to ask. Do you want me to leave?
Right? Oh, no, it's not necessarily a secret. I just wasn't gonna flash it around. It's Vash, after all.
Okay. I don't know. No,
You can
yeah,
help me
go ahead.
save your life.
Yeah, go ahead. Ask away.
Yeah, I spoke with Trinora
Mm-hmm.
at the jeweler's.
Oh, yes.
and
The
she
wonderful little
said
halfling.
that when it came to enchanted jewelry, she trusts your assessments.
I appreciate her sending you my way. You know, from one business owner to another. She's such a joy to work with.
Yes, she says you've never led her astray, so with any enchanted jewelry she's had to assess and then sell on. I've got an heirloom piece my mother gave me before I headed out on my travels a few decades ago. It shows the pendant tentatively.
And he looks at it, and he goes, you know, he says, so
Wait, he spoke with Smith in our last session, yeah?
Mm-hmm. He knows, yeah, he helped
And he
Smith
knows-
before.
Oh, him. So I would make that known, that connection. Smith, the wizard who was with us earlier, or me. earlier.
Yes, the one who got the map.
Yes. I don't even know. I'm gonna have to look up the details, but Smith knows things.
So, if you want, you
Not
can.
enough.
If you want, you can roll a history check to see if you remember exactly what Smith said.
I know.
Or you can just use your own knowledge if you remember what he said.
Well, wow, it's rolling really slow. I know. it has to do with. I mean, I know she used it, right? It caused her to go into the Fey wild, and
Sure.
he knew it had some magic on it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a stupidly slow, low roll. I
So,
just don't know the note.
and that's fine.
I know
Yeah, he knew the School of Magic.
Okay. I thought that was it.
Right. Well, I mean, teleportation is not a school of magic, but I mean, you can tell him what you know, which what you said is not incorrect by any means. It's all the case.
Yeah, this apparently helped me travel to the Feywild. Our Wizard Smith has assessed it, and he knew the type of magic, but not much more about it.
I see. Was he able to inform you of what the spell was, or?
No spell.
Does Zash know?
Be tied to the moon.
Does Zash know about
So that's
the
it.
magic elements of your pendant? I don't remember.
I feel like he would have been told too, but I really should have reassessed all of my notes. But
Well, I mean, I guess I can just
do
leave it
know
up
that-
to you. Because if not,
I
like,
do
I'll
know
try to roll
that-
a history check to see if I remember what spell he said it was.
Yeah, I think Iluna was trying to find out generically, and all, as the whole party knows the pendant exists. She doesn't care that everyone knows whatever
Okay.
Smith told us. No, but I do know that Iluna drew her own conclusions, that she thinks it's tied to the moon.
Tied to
Well,
the moon.
Spending time, because I know there was time I spent some time with it, I guess, assessing and thinking and remembering her experience and knowing that it was a full moon and all of those things.
Interesting. Well, I am, after all, a ranking wizard, if I do say so myself. If you are curious, I would be able to identify it for you for a nominal fee.
I guess we should look at Sash. Were you gonna roll that history check?
Well, I was leaving it up to you to decide whether or not Zash would even have knowledge of that, because I don't remember if it was like common knowledge to the party or not.
I
So
don't
if
recall
you say it
whispering
is,
about
then
it.
I'll roll.
What was that, Smith?
I'm sorry.
I wasn't whispering about it when I
Yeah.
told her about it.
No, he wasn't. He was just. I mean, everyone knows it exists. So
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you want, you can roll.
Set what you were paying attention to.
Yeah. Okay.
And don't forget, I have the identify spell too.
That's
I
true.
mean, you could just ask me instead of paying money for it, but that's up to you.
Yeah, that would have been the point that I would have brought up. to
Yeah.
Luna.
It was you remember him explaining that, he was, whenever he cast it, he was casting detect magic on it, which only gave him the school of magic. You can't really put your finger on the school of magic. But as you're sitting there thinking of this, Elbaros says, "Well, if it is teleportation, then it would be conjuration magic. That's easy enough to assume."
So yeah, I was saying, Iluna would look over at Zash and ask him if he remembers. I
You
don't know
know-
if he rolled that check or not.
I did. I only rolled a 5.
Oh.
I remember the conversation, but I'm having difficulty remembering the exact wording he used. I mean, we could always just have him identify it again, or maybe he just remembers because he is a genius like that. So
He's a genius.
gotta upsell your
So,
friends.
I'm just confused at this point what this new magic dude's offering to do in comparison to what Smith.
He's offering to do exactly what Smith can do, but for a price. To cast a spell is to no detriment to Smith, but if Elbros is going to do the same thing, he's offering a service to you, and so by that means he is going to charge you for that service.
So you've not seen anything like this before.
Not something this specific. And he sort of gestures to himself, and he says, as you can see, I am of elven descent as well. My parents, they hail from the they hail from the cities to the north, up in Silvery Moon, high elves, in our respect, sun elves specifically. I am very well aware of elven craft. I am very well aware that this is a family crest. I imagine imagine this was maybe passed down in your family, and he sort of pulls out this book. He goes back. He pulls out this book, it doesn't have an exhaustive display of all of them, but he opens it up and he says, it is not uncommon for the arcane intuitive, he says, it is not uncommon for the Fey-touched to have family crests that they pass on to throughout their lineage. Now, this particular one does seem of exquisite technique. It is wonderfully crafted. If I don't mind asking, you said that it possessed teleportation magic, and did you by chance experience that?
Yeah. On a full moon, I held it out.
Why by chance did it take you?
Help the Feywives. 2 versions of moon goddesses were there. There's Saloon.
Sahaneen. Sahaneen and Saloon. So you saw...
And there were pools. I could see in them. It didn't last.
Who is your mother? Who are your parents, if you do not mind me asking? And he said, he looking at you, he says, I can see you are Eladrin, but if you are moon-touched as well, I'm curious to know who your parents are, if such a pendant exists within your family.
What would you be able to discern by knowing who my family is?
I am simply curious of who your family is. I mean, if your pendant is taking you to the Feywild, then I can only imagine, and if what you are describing is the case, pools that different pools that viewed into a different world?
Myself and my mother, impossibly. I wasn't there very long.
Well...
But do you know anything of this type of magic? Or somebody who does?
up in Silvery Moon, you might be able to talk to... You might be able to talk to some of the scholars. If... I mean, it is fate Hutch. I am sure that... I am sure that Lady Illustrial might be able to give you some guidance. But to say specifically that, I do not know.
Will have Luna heard of her? She's...
Oh, yeah, no, she's the leader of Silvery Moon. She's one of the Seven Sisters.
Oh, of course. I had her in the back of my mind. You just are confirming. My family's unknown.
Quite a shame. If
Mother. We were nomads. It's very transient.
Well, I must say, if you have a pendant such as this that is able to take you to the Feywild, where you are able to scry upon those within your immediate lineage, surmise it to say, it is very powerful magic. I cannot imagine that it is going to be, something as basic as teleportation or I mean, if I cannot say if again I for a small fee willing to give you a bit of a discount on it, I could in fact I could identify it for you, give you the exact details of it. I would be curious to know it myself.
That in mind. I appreciate your time. Can you tell me any more of your book?
Oh, this is just a book on elven heritages and some of the older clans out towards the central of Faerun. Keep it around, reminds me of where I came from. It's you spend so much time out here in Neverwinter around so many humans, and it's lovely to see elves occasionally.
I know the feeling.
He says, I must apologize. I do apologize for ignoring you. Just sort of enraptured with this young lady's information.
It's quite all right.
Is that book available elsewhere? I don't want your copy, but...
I'm sure that you could probably find a copy in one of the great libraries across the realms. Do not know when the last time this one was updated. Does not have a lot of the families from this most recent half century.
Elven family trees must be difficult to keep up with.
Actually, quite the opposite. They elves only reproduce every so many decades, so many centuries. So when those times come, oftentimes it is a celebrated occasion when one of our kind is birthed. It is why it is such a tragedy when elves fall in battle. Such beauty and grace lost to the blade.
Well, yes, but elves live for so long, so wouldn't you just have, even with, spread out childbirth, wouldn't you still have very large families?
Well, it depends on how often you are wanting to spawn. That is one of the... That is one of the things you have to consider is... elves do live a long time. To constantly be rearing young would imagine if humans were to have over the course of their life, 20 children. They. And he, sort of like looks to the door, makes sure that there's nobody else in here besides the three of you. He says, "They do not call them rabbits for nothing. Not that I choose to call them that, but."
Okay.
But, yes.
We value quality of life
Yes,
over
yes,
quantity.
exactly. Could not have said it better myself.
Sure. Anyways, we did have another purpose for coming in here.
Yes.
We were looking to procure your 2 cloaks of Elvenkind.
Oh, yes. I put the one aside for this young lady. Let me go and grab them both for you, and walks away a couple minutes, comes back, has them both neatly wrapped up for you, and he says, well, here you are. I will say, I know it is, as an elf of knowledge, I am willing to give you a discount if you would let me identify it.
What kind of discount are we talking here?
Well, I will take the services of my identification off of the total of this.
Well, we also do have a friend who is capable of identifying it as well.
I understand. I am simply curious. My curiosity is sort of biting at me, and I understand. I was just, I am more than fine with you eventually coming back and letting me know of it. I understand that as well.
So how much do you want for the 2 cloaks?
It would be 10,000.
So 5,000 each?
Correct.
What if we do 8,000? I mean, this is a fairly large purchase. I can't imagine that every day you have people coming in here dropping this type of coin.
It is not that often that I have folks coming in here dropping that coin, but that is...
on top of a promise that we will come back when we find out more about her necklace.
Well, I appreciate that. Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
Okay. By the way, I'm totally lying about that because I have no idea if Iluna is cool with it.
Mm-hmm.
But, ooh,
She did
a
try
soft
not to
20.
too much.
That is a really good roll.
I wanted to roleplay Iluna trying it on, but I'm also presuming she did already. That's why she wants one.
So yeah, you he looks at you and he says 4,000. If you allow me to identify it, because my curiosity is getting the better of me, and I'm not thinking straight right now, and I would love to know what that pendant does. So I will make a deal. You let me identify it. I will, if you wish to not know, if you do not wish for me to let you know what it is, I will withhold that information. I simply wish to know for my own benefit.
I'll just look at Iluna and I say, it's up to you. It's your pendant. And then I'll look back at him and I'll say, if we do this though, this information does not get shared with anybody else.
Of course not.
How do I know you're going to keep it to you? So
You simply have my word, from one elf to another.
time.
Well, unless you were to come in here and
Can
cast Zone of Truth or some divination spell. Yeah.
Can I insight check him?
Sure.
Oh. I will.
Okay.
I always forget about that. And this is rolling so oddly slow.
Oh, you rolled really well.
The insight's a +5.
Yeah. Yeah, you got 21. So, yeah, with Iluna, with yours, it's... You can see that his curiosity is driving this, and when he says, from one elf to another, it's definitely something that he's willing to keep that between the two of you if that's part of that deal.
And this is for the coats. The cloaks.
Yes, the 2 Cloaks of Elvenkind.
What at what price?
I'm willing to do the 8,000 if you let me identify that pendant.
So you'd be saving us 2K.
I would.
It's a pretty good deal.
I am losing a fair amount of money here. But again, if I have a moment to sit and think about it much longer, I might start to regret this decision and would have to walk away from it. So...
Sure. Pulls out the pendant.
Okay. He, takes a look at it and places his hand on it. See his eyes sort of roll back in his head as they begin to glow. And takes him a minute. And you've seen Smith cast Identify. You know that it takes a minute. And he goes, interesting. Where would that be? And as he sort of comes back, he says, who did you say your mother was again?
You didn't.
Oh. And you said you do not know who your father is.
I do not. She does. Well, she knew he was a ladrin, and which was confirmed upon my birth, as you have perceived quite easily yourself.
So your father was an Eladrin.
Yes.
Presumption would lead me to
Mother.
believe Moon Elf?
To be honest, yes. Out of character, I forgot her name.
Mia.
Jeez.
Yep. Here's your mother.
Here's my... In case I forgot who she was. Her hair is so short. But anyhow.
And he goes,
My mother was Mia. I was going to pretend she had a different last name, but I'm not making one up, so same last name.
Mia. That name is not familiar.
And Anastasia. I'm sure that's how it's pronounced. Iluna does not know how to say her own name, apparently.
Yes, this is not a name coming to my mind. But
Well, they
well-
were nomadic.
yes, which would make it harder, more difficult to identify. Well, to tell you the information that I was able to garner from it, it is a pendant that is specifically it has a limited version of the plane shift spell. It is that when when the desire, when the urgency, it is almost tied to emotions, which I imagine with your Eladrin heritage might play something into that. It connects to a Fey realm sanctuary. If you said that there were scrying pools there, you imagine that you could traverse there to see upon your lineage, your mother and father. But it says that when bathed in the light of the full moon, that it can be accessed with more ease. But it is
It doesn't need to be a full moon.
it
I
didn't.
might be able to get there.
I feel if your desires were strong enough. Again, it's normally the way that spell works. I have researched that spell a short bit. It allows you to teleport to different planes. You specify where you want to go. In general terms, you can say that you wish to go to the City of Brass on the Plane of Fire, or to go to the Palace of Despater on the second level of the Nine Hells, and you just appear in there or near there. This one, it specifically takes you to a location. It is bound to that location, which it is linked to a sanctuary, and a sanctuary is a place of high elven or high Fey connection, which I can only imagine is why you may have been graced by the presence of celestial beings, especially if you said it was Saloon and Sahani Moonbow. They may look over you and your family, but if that is the case, if they have a sanctuary in the same realms that the goddess of the moon is located in, your family must be very, very powerful and or notable to garner their attention. Again, yeah.
I was just gonna say, out of character real quick, Stacy, did you name drop Validar? Okay. Is that his name? It was something with a V, something like that. I have it in my notes.
Vildara.
Yeah.
Vildara.
Because that's who you were told to ask your mother. Okay.
Yeah. Have you... It was coming up. I don't know. This guy seems to know way too much. Anyhow.
He might be able to help you out though too. You gotta weigh that risk reward. He doesn't seem like a bad person,
No.
so.
No. What was her role? Valdara's role was a moon elf, like representative.
Yeah, she was sent to Axholm as a representative for the Moon Elves to sort of band together. And whenever she got there, she basically stirred up a lot of fucking trouble there.
I couldn't remember her title, like why she was there, but
Yeah.
she was just representing.
Yeah, she was
then
she was a Moon Elf
stirred
ambassador.
trouble on her own. So Elena would speak up after all of his family must be powerful speech and mention would I don't know her name.
Vildara.
Would be a notable name to you?
Vildara. He sort of pauses. And he takes the book He takes the book. One second.
Hi, Hannah.
Hello, Hannah.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Super quiet.
Yeah, this guy seems really knowledgeable. He might be able to help you out some.
I know. I'm a swipe his book.
Do you want me to try to steal his book?
Sorry about that. My dogs were fighting with one another. So he takes the book. He takes the book, looks through it, and he pauses on a page. Looks through it. And he closes the book up. Walks back over on the shelf where it was behind his counter. Puts it back. Vildara? Vildara was... Yes, she's a bit of a notable moon elf. When you said that name, it reminded me. What relation are you to her?
Unknown. It was just hinted towards there might be a relation.
Well, hope it is not. Vildara was... Vildara brought a lot of shame upon the elves whenever she sowed deceit amongst the dwarfs down near Phandalin, a keep known as Axholm. I hope for your sake, at least, I mean, as long as you are not out here claiming her name, she was killed for her treachery, and the collective that she was a representative for disavowed her. Basically spit her name to the wind. And he sort of looks at you and he says, I cannot imagine she would be too keen on yourself.
Keen or not, we put her spirit to rest.
Oh. So you know about it. So Axholm is clear then.
Yeah, they're working on fixing it up and restoring it to its former glory as we speak.
Oh, that is good to hear. The snide remarks between elves and dwarves have gone on for far too long. It's good to see that stuff like that is being addressed.
I agree.
But if she was my kin, others would be my kin. Her heritage.
Depends on her relation to you. I mean, all elves come from the same blood to some degree. Moon elves, especially, if that is a name that you know. Again, I cannot say that knowing what is said about her before it is. I imagine if she had met you, she would not be too keen on you. That is really all I can say.
It is no longer. It is.
Hell.
Did I? Out of character, I didn't ask the name of that book, did I?
It was just a book on general elven heritages and stuff like that. more on like general elven culture, I guess you could say, but like, you know, some notable things in there. It's a fairly thick book.
Yeah, but he also slammed it shut real quick.
Mm-hmm.
It's not.
Is it on the counter?
No, it's back on the shelf
Oh my
up
good
behind his
lord.
counter.
Okay. I was gonna just start flipping through it if it was, but...
Do you know? No, you wouldn't have been able to read it anyway.
Oh, is it in Sylvan?
It's an elven at least.
Or Elven, sorry. Okay.
I
Well,
read it.
I'm gonna fish out the 8K and start paying him.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to do that.
I'm gonna count it one at a time. 1, 2.
No.
Yes. Yeah, so you were able to pay him for that.
Iluna's wondering about purchasing his book off of him, but it's his.
Well, he did say that you
It's
could
like
go get a
rare
copy.
collection. Somewhere in the realms.
I mean, he said it was a fairly common book that'd probably be at really any of the major libraries throughout the world.
So I
So,
thought
yeah.
it was uncommon.
I mean, hey, the House of Knowledge in Neverwinter, which is the Temple of Ogma, which is the Library of Neverwinter, might have a book on notable elves. I mean, that's always a possibility later on.
I mean, like, Stacy wants her to bargain with him, but Iluna does not.
Okay.
She wants him to keep the book.
Sure.
Possessions are a massive thing for her. And when somebody has something like that, she's not going to want to take it away,
Okay.
even if she can afford it. Thank you.
Thank
for
you.
your time. I'm going to put my flipping coat right on.
Okay, yep, you guys
I'm pretending it is beautiful beyond compare.
Yeah, I equipped mine right away as well.
Yeah,
And again, you know, I reach my hand out to shake his, and you know,
Yes.
thank you, and we'll be sure to remember the deal that you gave us here today the next time we need to purchase some potions or whatnot.
Oh yes, and like I said, you know, stop back every day. We always have different sales. Of course, every day we between here and Waterdeep and Luskin and Silvery Moon, you know, the Kalimshan, we have a location in each one of the major cities, and our inventory rotates. So it is basically always a good opportunity to stop in and see what is available.
I'll just pull out his card and say, you know, still got the card.
There we go.
I don't know, a sign of lot of respect. Thanks for his time, and I hope this satiates some of your curiosity. About
Birthed more curiosity than it left me
more.
quenched.
I can imagine.
I would be curious to know when future revelations in your heritage are revealed, if my assumptions are correct.
Is there a way to keep in touch easier than having to go to Neverwinter at all times? Like,
Are you asking him?
what's a typical way to keep in touch? No, out of character.
Spells.
Sending stones, message,
Spells.
yeah, spells.
We'll be sure to keep in touch. We may not be in ever winter. Yeah, wherever we're at. Too much longer.
Well, you're always welcome here. I always am always curious for sale and for knowledge.
I'll look at Iluna and say, off to the herbalist shop? Meet up with everybody else?
Yes, hopefully there's... I must bring Solnasha with me.
Oh, you're heading over to which herbalist, if you don't mind me asking?
that one. Oh, what's his name?
Ronpo?
Ronpo.
We're off to Ronpo's shop.
Could not ask for anything better. Would you mind dropping something off for me?
Sure.
And he...
You've got the bag.
He goes back and
Ash does have the bag back now.
Yeah.
he pulls out this large box. I mean, it's probably about like 2 feet, or about 2 feet deep, like 3 feet wide. Like, it's a fairly decent sized box. It's wrapped up, in some nice paper, and he says, I was going to take this over this afternoon, but if you are heading there, this needs to get to Ronpo himself. I was working on his working kit.
Do you have any notage for us so that, we can prove that it's been delivered?
Oh, I will speak. I will speak to him this evening after I close up. I can get in contact. I spotted that ring on your finger. I know the family that you belong to.
Very well.
And in fact, if by chance you're heading up to the estate anytime soon, let Lord Innsmouth know that it was a pleasure doing business with him recently.
Oh, how long ago did you do business with him?
Oh, just a few days ago. He was looking for an enchantment on a cloak. So I was able to get that settled for him. As he and the Innsmouth family were the architects of my beautiful shop here.
Is most elegant.
Yes. But yes, he was looking for a protection enchantment on his daily wear. Him and his son Thunsorn were looking for it.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I will definitely tell him that we stopped in and you said hello.
And as you are heading out, you actually see a courier walking into his shop. Has a bag around his waist. Sort of another one slung over his shoulder, and he pops his head in the door, and goes in and says, Elberos, I have a letter for you. And so Zash, you can see, as you're walking out, you're able to just catch a quick
Perception.
go ahead.
I've got +8.
What are you trying to perceive?
I don't know if there's any notable markings on the letter or anything.
So there is. You just are. You do not know what the symbol is. But Zash, with your passive perception, you see very quickly this symbol. And, as he's standing there, he takes it, and that's sort of stamped on the front of it, and, he says...
Oh, I accidentally rolled something again.
He looks at it, and he goes... Elbros says, I wonder what this is for. And the courier says, I don't know. It's about the 5th one I've delivered today. Well, must be off. Have other ones to deliver. And that symbol, you are aware, Zash, that is something you've seen here and there. Actually, something you've contended with in the past. At least your family has, which is why you recognize that. That's the symbol of the troubleshooters. They are... they're sort of like a less than reputable security less than reputable security detail that is hireable in Neverwinter, where your family is privately employed
Right.
by the Innsmouth. These are sort of mercenaries for hire for any kind of, job.
I'll just look back at him and say, "Take my word for it. Be careful with that one."
And he looks at he goes, thank you. You see the courier says, yeah, well, I don't play with anything like that. He says, I know what kind of business they're into.
Who else have you delivered these letters to?
Yeah. He
Well,
said he said something about 5 others, like we overheard him.
well, I just came from the Philosopher's Scone. Before that was General Goods, Walmart, Target, and Gnome Depot. And roll me a history. Roll me a history. Yeah, it's an archery shop.
I could get some arrows there.
Roll me a
So I
history
can
check,
win at
Zash.
against 5.
It's only an 8.
You're not 100%. You know that you actually do know General Goods. You've been there plenty of times. Going into town, grabbing some stuff. It's actually one of the same buildings that the Innsmouths have built in the past.
Okay, and just one more time, what was the name of the group?
The Troubleshooters.
Have you ever shared that symbol before?
To someone else in whenever I was first sort of setting things up.
Or no?
Oh, I think I know.
I mean, I may have seen it. I may have seen it wandering around the beach.
Oh.
It's.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
What?
I'll message you.
Okay, yeah. So we will say, unless the two of you want to do anything else, you can head over to the Philosopher's Scone, where you see the rest of your party standing outside, waiting to head in.
So. I know I've seen that symbol before, and I don't know why.
I don't know why, but it just reminds me of like Illuminati.
Yeah. Well, it's supposed to
Say
say
that.
Yeah, it's sort of the impression. It's actually something that your family is kind of. Your family sort of knows the troubleshooters, mainly because when the Innsmouths are in the process of building of constructing a building, one of the things is that one or two of your clan, 2 out of 5 of you would be there on the property, keeping an eye on things, protecting the workers, while the rest of you are still back at the estate protecting the rest of the clan. So that's, you, like, the troubleshooters, you've had some run-ins here and there where they have shown up and are like, hey, sort of working on our turf kind of a deal.
Right.
So.
Alright.
Alright, so yeah, you guys are at the Philosopher's Scone. You can smell the sweet scent of baked goods on the inside.
Wait, Aluna would ask Zash about that symbol, because she noticed it was like, oh no, just looks like an eyeball.
It's a group called the Troubleshooters, and for lack of a better term, they're basically just mercenaries for hire, and they try to control that whole aspect of the business and are trying to aggressively push others out, my family included. So there's just a bit of bad blood there.
They're sending around letters.
Yeah, it seems like
Sounds
they're
foreboding.
doing some aggressive advertisement. Maybe threats, I don't know. I wouldn't put it past them.
Maybe we could keep an ear out.
Definitely should.
I know. I totally need to get a scone.
All this food talk is
Pop
making me
out
hungry.
Sonasha.
Yeah, you guys can head in. Like I said, as you do, you're sort of assaulted by this sweet, warm scent, of breads and baked goods and pastries and sugars and all kinds of sweet treats. And you see I don't know. You see them. They're standing outside. Did I say whether or not it was a halfling or I just said a name.
Shit.
I'm gonna say it's a gnome because I wanted him to be a gnome.
I feel like you may have said something. I can't remember. So.
Yep. So I'm gonna say gnome. If it wasn't, it is now. And as you walk in, you see this gnome standing behind the counter. He has a slew of ingredients out over top of it, and he's going through the motions of making some kind of wonderful treat.
This is Ronpo, whatever his name is.
Would assume.
Himself.
Oh,
He's doing the work,
Yeah.
not like an assistant. Well, hands-on kind of shop owner. Whoa.
I'll go up to the counter and introduce myself. Hi, my name is Zash, and I'm looking for Rampo. I have a package for him.
He turns around and says, "Oh yes. What is it that you have brought?"
I'll reach into the bag of holding and I'll pull out the package and I'll tell him this is from oh crap, what was his name? Yeah, Thalbaros from Wizards of Coast Shop.
Ah, yes.
And I'll hand it over to him.
Yes, Elbaros. Good. This was actually going to be very helpful. There's a picture of Rondo.
Oh God. He's lovely. So Solnasha is out.
Okay. Yeah, he looks at the package first and says, "Oh, good. Came at perfect timing." And he opens it up, and inside, kind of what you saw with Adabra, you see an herbalism kit, or what would have been an herbalism kit. As he opens it up, you see that it has now been outfitted with baking supplies. There is little measuring cups, there are little vials and beakers that have different spices and stuff in it. So what would have been an herbalism kit, this is a bakery kit. And so he takes it, he sets it up on the counter and says, "I appreciate it." He says, "You can have, for delivering that, you can take a pick of anything down on the bottom shelf there." And he sort of points to a counter that has a bunch of sweet treats.
Okay. And I'll just tell him, he said he was going to stop by later today, so if you could just say that Zash delivered this in pristine condition, I would appreciate it.
Will do. And he sort of looks over the counter, and at that point, that's where he sees Solnasha. You see his expression sort of changes and says, "Is that a bloom crawler?"
Yes. I got him some time ago. Unknown amount of time. What's it been, 10 days?
Yeah, it's been
Something like
been
that,
about
like
that.
a week ago.
He says,
Not too long ago, about a week.
Ah.
I named her Solnasha.
Looks at the back of Solnasha. Says he, and he spots that there are some small little berries that have sort of sprouted up on the back of Solnasha, and you can see that they're sort of like clustering in a few different spots, and he says, It's been a while since I've seen a bloom collar. Are you doing anything with those berries? Says the seeds on the back.
I just now realized they're there.
Yeah, and when you look at it, you can see that you can see that there's about a dozen of these little clusters.
I don't imagine I know anything about them.
Nope.
Do you know anything about these berries?
Well, yes. We'd be willing to buy them off of you.
Okay, but for what purpose?
To grow some more?
I want to keep them.
Okay.
You grow more.
Yes. How else would plants reproduce? Plant seeds, water it.
No,
Couple days later,
makes sense. It's not often one comes around a sentient plant, though.
Awakened shrubs and whatnot are not uncommon. I have one in the back shop who manages my spices. Bloom collar would be nice, though. They're cute little pets. But I'd be willing to buy those off of you. Give you 5 gold for each.
I'm slightly concerned, though. They are used in a fighting sport.
Oh, I'm
I
not.
hope that's not intent.
No, that lunatic that was out here in Neverwinter spouting off about stuff about fighting little creatures. No. I simply want to use them for harvesting. Going out into the fields, gathering supplies. I still do some alchemy in the time.
Yes. How about that? I was sent here by a friend, Dabra. She was
Oh, Miss Gwyn.
by a manticore.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Miss Gwyn. Adabra Gwyn. Her last name.
I thought you said Gwyn, and I thought you said Miss, like you were
Nope.
insulting her.
Miss Gwyn.
Like, so it cut out, and all I heard was like Quid. Anyhow, yes. She said I could talk to you about my sleeping potion I'm trying to make, and explains in a bit of little detail.
Yeah. Oh, potions of rest.
Yeah, I've been collecting these herbs. I've got quite a few.
Takes a look at them.
Maybe you can point me in the right direction. I'm still seeking some more. Not exactly sure what I'm seeking right now.
Said he takes a look at them. Says, yeah, that'll give you something along the lines. It's not going to be exact. Sunset Rose. If you want the real potion of rest,
Yes.
you need Sunset Rose.
And Bowen's flower.
No.
I have
No,
got
no,
one
no. Nothing found in Cormia will do that. No. It is
No.
Sunset Rose, particularly the red ones. They are They are useful because they are able to knock you unconscious. Then you need to mix that with some of these suicide mushrooms, up in the mountains and whatnot. They're a bit. They got that kick. I've seen grown men get addicted to them, but the Sunset Rose that'll knock you out. But that mushroom that'll keep you going. That'll sort of kick in. There's a bit of a delayed effect when the two are mixed. What you have here, well, the Horrowthorn. Yeah, that'll sort of relax you. Make a nice tea out of that. Hoofleaf, well, that's just your base. You got some, sleepweed? Yeah, that'll put you out. I would say if you wanted to do it with sleepweed, since it's in the area, it is a possibility. You'd have to use a little bit more than one would wish. But, yeah, if I had to, yeah. If I had to if I had to use what you have here, I guess you could get away with, he really quickly starts to write it down. Put it here.
As he's writing it down, I'm gonna go up to Iluna and be like, are you trying to roofie people? Like, are you, pranking? Because if you're pranking, I'm totally in.
Nose hat.
Okay.
As elves live quite a long time, I'm trying to give time back to friends I've had elsewhere and other humans. This is just like my trance, allow people to get fully rested in less time, so they can spend more of their days doing the things that they want.
Well, that's way better than roofing people, that's for sure.
Yeah,
that's really cool.
It is challenging to know all your friends may die before you.
All right.
Life is short for some of us.
And, let's see.
Are you
Yeah, he's.
some sort of recipe?
No, I have it. I had to just type it up. I will send it to you.
Yeah.
But yeah, he writes it down. So it is 10 hoof leaf, 5 clusters, or 10 clusters of hoof leaf, 5 little packs of Harlethorn, 10 sleepweed pods. If you had Sunset Rose, it would only take 4, and then 2 mushrooms per. You don't want to get people addicted.
No, of course not. I only have enough to make 2 potions.
Yeah, what you have here, but I mean, with that information, you can go out and scavenge more. I mean, what you need, and again, I cannot say 100 without doubt. I cannot say without doubt that this would do exactly what you want. But this would get you as close without that Sunset Rose. I mean, heading to the Battle of Bones battlefield, that's it's a bit of a trek.
Well, I have a long life, and so if I can make it there. So, you just gave me this list. How long or you just mix it up and it's good to go?
Well, what you're going to want to do is, obviously, your hoof leaf, you want to use that as your base. Water, some kind of binding agent, mix that into, muddle that up, crush the Harlthorn, make sure you get it nice and powdery, otherwise you're going to be, choking that down. The sleepweed pods, make sure that it is just the seeds inside. The outer casing is very bitter. And the mushrooms, make sure that those are boiled first. If you do not boil those, then the toxins that are inside are more likely to stay within them. When you boil them, it sort of burns them off a bit.
And all this, I've made notes, but written down or something. How long does it need to brew? Or just after you boil it? Mushrooms, you just mix it all up.
Boil the mushrooms, get them cut up, nice and diced, get them in there, cut up the sleepweeds, crush up the Harlthorn, mix it all together. Probably about, I would say for full effect, once it's all together, the magic takes time, I'd say probably about 2 days. For it to sit and rest, mostly so that the agents have time to culminate together, so that you're not getting, anything that is offset.
And one recipe makes one dose.
Yes, everything I listed there would be for at least one vial.
Least?
The hope is, again, you're putting a lot more sleepweed in there than you would be putting, the roses. Roses are not, roses you're able to just crush those up with the Harlthorn. Being that you're having to put something as big as the sleepweed pods in there, dice them up as finely as you can.
Just making notes. So, is there anything else I would need to know to make those? Not to my knowledge. Again, I don't know if this is going to do with 100%. Sleepweed pods are not have the same chemical makeup as Sunset Rose, but it will do something similar. I have all my notes correct. I'll just need some test subjects.
Not it.
Everyone's in. Everyone's supposed to be in there now, right?
Everyone is in there.
I'm just eyeballing what I'm gonna get.
About these seeds.
Yes.
I imagine she will produce more seeds in time.
In time, if you do not remove them.
Out of character, apparently it can spit seeds.
Those aren't the same.
Luna should know it.
Those wouldn't be the same ones, right? The ones that grow on its back are going to be the ones that it can that it can fertilize and be planted and stuff.
Okay. Well, I am curious enough to try my own hand at this, so if you provide me how much, provide me some hints and tips and supplies, and I'll give you some seeds.
Well, quite easy, in fact. Simply need to plant them in fertile soil, water them every day, make sure they get an hour of sunlight, per day. The longer they are in sunlight, the more water they get regularly. Takes, on average, anywhere from about 2 to 2.5, 10 days to grow them. nothing really too special. Like I said, they need heat, they need water, just like any plants. Once they start to grow, and they actually start to, come into their form, they will be able to, sort of orient themselves to get the best sunlight and, use their cute little vines on them to grasp it, small blades of leaves and stuff like that.
Would they need transplanted, or would they just
Oh
in
no.
the same pot?
I mean, you can try growing one in a pot. Their vines go out quite a ways. I would say if you had a pot, it would have to be sizable.
Well, to start any plants, wouldn't you put them in a pot?
Oh, straight
You're
to...
saying just directly put them straight in the ground.
Well, yes. In the wild, they do not have pots to be grown in.
I know,
The mothers...
but you're domesticating them.
Oh, yes. I would
think you
just... I would just simply... I would simply let them grow wild in my garden.
Okay. Well, I can't do that. But I could probably give them to other people. So I could start them in a pot.
I would say, depending on the size of your pot, and he, like, sort of gestures, like, arms width around, which I guess... I guess for, like, him, he's doing this, but in reality, it would be like a good, like, 1.5 feet wide. He says again, it only takes about 2.5 days to grow them. They're vines. Once they are planted, they start getting sunlight and, in fertile soil, their roots spread pretty far. It is actually why if you plant a few of them around one another, it is actually very easy to train them at a young age because all their vines intertwined with one another, and they sort of share a sentience. It's quite amazing. I have studied them in my time.
Zash looks at Zelnasha and goes, Zelnasha, use leech seed. After hearing this conversation.
Yes, I love that idea. It's a Pokemon move. It's a move that Bulbasaur knows.
Oh. Yeah, do that.
Yeah. And so how many are you willing to part with? Said there's about 12 on her.
Half? That seems like a lot. I mean, 6 of them, they'll just keep growing more and more. He's gonna have his own army.
In time.
1. But, so there's no way to just grow one and transport it back to start one in a small pot?
Wait, like right now?
Yeah.
I mean,
it seems like these seeds are massive if they need a big pot. That's why she was looking for supplies to grow one. Or just start growing one and then leave one with, what's her name?
Adabra?
Yeah. Well, Adabra can figure it out on her own.
Oh, Maggie.
Siege can take the Maggie.
Well, I'm sure Maggie could find a place to transplant it, in Phandalin.
What? She wanted to get them started and then pop.
I mean, that you would probably have to go to a general store to get, like a pot and stuff like that.
I'm not the herbalist. Oh,
He's not an herbalist anymore. He is a baker.
Oh my goodness. They don't forget all the herbs.
No, they don't, but but he has chosen but he has gone from selling herbalism and alchemy supplies to being a baker.
Well, yeah, we was looking to buy seeds, I presumed, because he put it in that small pot. But anyhow, that's because I know about growing things.
Sure.
And if you put a seed straight in the ground, it'd probably die.
Well, this is D&D, and I make the rules.
Herbs. Even herbs need really...
He puts them in a jar of honey because it preserves them.
I'm gonna just throw these bloom crawler seeds in the ground. They'll be fine.
Yeah, if they get enough water.
Anyhow. That's all they need. Everybody be growing some.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want some for myself. So
Okay.
6.
Okay. Yeah, he'll buy them for 5
I'm
gold
not an
apiece.
herbalist.
Like I said, he'll buy them for 5 gold apiece, so you can add 30 gold to your stuff, and yeah.
I mean, I guess. I think I'm done here. Oh.
I'll ask him. Does he have any fudge?
Oh yes, yes, of course.
Yes, my little freebie. Can it be a slab of fudge?
A small piece, yes, for the delivery. Okay. Yes, absolutely.
Slab of fudge.
Can I get a desk of fudge?
A desk. Yes, I can definitely get you that. And he goes down into the cabinet, gets it wrapped up, hands it off to you.
Thank you.
So everybody else is
like I'm
able to get a
something. Oh. Was an alchemist, but there's no alchemist supplies here. It's literally just...
I mean, other than what his own supplies are that are, like, his own stuff, otherwise you would have to go to, you'd have to go to, like, a component shop or, a very specific, or actually go to an herbalist shop, when she told you about this herbalist.
Excuse me.
Yeah, when she told you about this herbalist.
Out of game if we wanted anything else.
I mean, I think I'm good. I don't know about the rest.
You'd have to go down to the other herbalist shop, which is ran by a woman named Deandra, who sells herbalism supplies as well as a variety of peanuts, cashews, almonds, and whatnot. She runs a shop called D's Nuts.
Why?
Because her name's Deandra, and she runs a place where she sells some nuts. So it's D's Nuts.
Listen, earlier I kind of cringed at Gnome Depot, but these nuts, I'm all about that shit.
I had so much fun.
That's great.
I had so much fun with these names. On the Straightened Arrow, Tan My Hide Leather Emporium. God.
Absolutely.
Bugs, Bears, and Beyond.
Bugs, Bears, and Beyond.
That's right. All right.
Luna wants to buy something.
All right.
A scone.
Sure. Definitely buy a scone.
And I presume they have something like tea or something there.
He has he does have tea. What he has on special right now is hot spiced cider.
Of course.
1 large orange, 3 whole cloves, a teaspoon of allspice berries, coarsely crushed, 2 cinnamon sticks, 3 cups of apple cider, 2 cups of cranberry juice, 3 tablespoons of light brown sugar.
Like a whole entire recipe.
It is.
A real recipe.
It is. You can literally make these. Honey drizzled. Yes. He has honey drizzled cream puffs.
Where are you reading these things?
I have the 5th edition. I have the recipe book listed at that particular thing in the chat. There's a whole thing. There's like, these are literal recipes. If you actually want to make stuff, like, these are.
I mean, I know they have a full-on recipe book.
Like elven bread, which is
Amazon sells.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Dwarven muddled wine. Okay, but yeah. So if there is nothing else there, you guys can decide where you want to go. I imagine maybe at this point, Zash might be wanting to head up to the estate.
Oh,
That is definitely on my mind.
conversation. Where can we have a private chat?
Probably
As in
back
public
in
can't hear us.
the inn that we stayed at,
Cause
in our rooms.
Adabra told us about that big meeting in a few days, and we have our found item that we really aren't suited to dispose of.
I mean, we
And
could
it's
probably
fun.
also, like, once we get out of the city heading up to the estate, I'd imagine that the roads aren't, like, heavily trafficked, right?
Yeah.
So we could also have the discussion there, too, like, kind of on the way.
It's up to you.
If that's, I don't know, like, if anybody else has anything they want to do in the city before we head out.
Yeah. Generally, what?
Oh.
Generally,
Dova keeps peeing in the house because it's so cold outside. And every time we take him out, he only tinkles. And he comes inside and he pees. He's acting like Bo.
Yeah, he better have a medical issue or I'm killing him.
No, can't say that. We're streaming. It's against TOS. Anyway.
I'm sure she.
Piss in our house.
Out of game. We're done. Does anybody want anything?
Yeah, that's what I was asking. I don't know if anybody else has any stops or whatnot.
I mean, do we need to go to Target? I just want to say she stopped at Target to get some cool ass arrows because it's funny.
I mean, okay, that's
No.
fine.
Some new ones to match her new cloak.
I could always look for something to buy at Target.
I know, I feel the same way. I mean, I will say that, you know, Target on the
I don't want to pretend to talk about money. but it's
on the straightened arrow, all of those places have a variety of, you know, archery supplies. Basically, instead of us, you know, going from place to place to place, if there is,
No, we don't. We
yeah, if there is anything that you guys wish to purchase from any one of those locations, you know, let me know.
We don't.
So we can.
We don't work with arrows ever needing replenished.
Well, no, but I'm saying like magical arrows, like you know, like that's
I
a
don't know.
thing.
I don't know there's magic arrows.
You would 100% know that there are magic arrows.
I don't. I mean, I don't know what kinds. I assume she would know what kinds of magic arrows, and possibly would want to buy some. But this feels like it'd take up a load of time.
Well, like I said, we can just sort of, you know, wave our hand away from that. You can look at that stuff in your own time, and if there is stuff that you want to get, then you can, you know, you can add that stuff to your inventory at another time. You know, we'll just account for the inventory
Hopefully
later.
We don't need it during the rest of the session. Pulls out magic arrows she bought. I don't know what it does yet.
But yeah, I'm good to just continue on. There's
Cool.
something else I personally
Yes.
need.
Stacy, Steve Smith, anything?
I'm good.
Nothing specific. That's for sure.
Or I'm-
And
Hannah.
I'm sorry. I was
You
for
did, you
sure.
did say
I meant Hannah, but I was looking at Stacy's name. I am so sorry. It's
You're
just it's the three S's. I swear.
You're good. You're good.
Uh-huh.
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm good.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, so we will say that you guys start heading your way eastward. You head out of the eastern city gates, and you are making your way. Or I'm sorry, I said east. I'm looking at the map. It is up.
North.
Yeah, north. It is. You guys head up through Velgard Manor, which is sort of the shittier part of town. But you know, which is one of the many reasons why the Innsmouth requires some guardship going through there. Unfortunately, that part of town was one of the parts that was destroyed during the eruption of Mount Hottenau, and because of that, it was left a little bit more besieged than the rest.
So, while we're walking there, we're having this in-character discussion about the next... I don't know, what do we know? Luna wants to make sure everyone's aware that Adabra told her about this meeting in a few days. That a bunch of important people should be coming.
Yeah, keep in mind it was also brought up whenever Zash first got to Moradin's Hall to the tavern. He was told by one of the dwarves there.
And I definitely feel like we discussed it.
We made it clear. Did we? Because I didn't feel like that was made clear. That everyone knows something's happening.
Yeah, we can still talk about it once we get out of the city.
Yep. Yeah, so you guys are out of the city. You're heading up there, so you're able to do whatever you need to do.
Okay.
So, we're all aware that this big meeting is happening. Adabra told me about it, and I think Zash knows a bit more from his friend at the bar.
Yeah, it was still pretty scarce information, but if anybody has more that I know of, it would be my sister, so I have many things to talk to her about when I get home.
Yes, it's definitely something we need to learn about from people who are actually here. But I feel like we need to pass on the knowledge about the egg. I mean, these people are what? As far as I understand it, some of the more powerful and knowledgeable people in all of the lands who are meeting.
At the moment,
big and important group.
At the moment, the only individual outside of our group that I would personally trust with that information is again my sister. I'm not really sure how you guys feel.
Anyone who's going to the meeting? Because I don't think Adabra imparted anything like that, did she? She doesn't know anybody specifically.
No. She wouldn't know them personally, but it's possible that she knows of them.
Does anyone have any other thoughts? Are we in agreement that we need to kind of find a source to stop having this egg? That we're probably under-knowledged and under-skilled to handle it? No, just me?
I mean, I agree. Like, I definitely feel like we need to talk to somebody about it. It's just picking whom to let in on our secret.
I agree with you, Zash.
There's a lot of people looking for this right now, and there's a lot of tension, and this egg seems to be the center of it all. So I'm very hesitant to tell people who I personally don't trust or don't know well enough.
Do we not get the sense that this meeting is somehow tied to the egg? I mean, the egg and
I mean-
the dragon, and I mean that we know of.
Yeah,
two,
we know
and
it's
we
about
now
the egg.
suspect the third. Okay, we know.
Yeah, what's his face at the bar? You know.
Did he say that too?
Well, I don't know if he said the
Yeah,
egg specifically. I'm pretty sure he talked about the cultists that were out and about looking because I think they attacked the city, and
They've been causing trouble around the area.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think
I'm just
pretty
trying
much
to be-
everyone in like the whole continent is aware of the actions of the Black Dragon. So
The whole continent.
Well, at
I
least-
mean, it's a
Yeah.
dragon. It's not like they can
The
stay
rumors.
very secretive, you know.
Okay, but we're going to be in the epicenter of something massive if we don't.
Oh, we already are.
So we need
I mean,
the
For-
experts, and we need to find out who they are and who we can trust.
yes, we definitely need to figure out who we can trust. And I don't know if you guys have, you know, people in your lives who you think might be a good source. But for me personally,
Wild. I just put it there.
let it be their problem.
No,
The only
that's not a
person-
solution.
The only person who I would even think of trusting with this is my sister.
Yeah, I don't have any. I mean, my clan, but I don't know where they're at, and they don't deal with dragons, so they're not better suited necessarily.
I can bring it up to her if you guys are comfortable with that, because I have a lot of things I need to talk to her about.
Yep. The rest of you, comments. Are we at the estate yet?
Not yet. There's still a little bit of time. I had like one thing
Better
in
not have
between
a
there.
random encounter.
No. This is a planned encounter. Yeah, no. As you're, I mean, it's not even necessarily an encounter. It's not even necessarily an encounter.
By the way, as soon as we left the city, Zash put his head up.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I keep forgetting, obviously, since I've only had it for like 5 minutes.
As you were all walking there, you're having this discussion. At one point, you know, we'll say that like during this discussion that you were having,
Anime scouting ahead a little bit, because we are talking and a bit distracted.
That's fine. I'll say that she alerts you to the presence of a figure walking down the road towards all of you. You know, so you're able to sort of hush your conversation. So you're able to sort of hush your conversation a bit before she passes. For, you know, everyone in the group, you know, she, you know, it's sometimes strange to see someone walking by themselves, you know, down a road, especially, you know, from what you heard is that there's been a lot of, you know, a lot of sort of chaos in the world right now. She has, you know, sort of like silver hair. She's wearing a dark robe, you know, kind of like human, you know, sharp human features, piercing silver eyes.
Do I notice like any weapons or anything like that?
Nope. She is walking. She's sort of just, you know, strolling down the road. You know, not paying so much mind to everything. Just, you know, maybe seemingly focused on her target wherever she's going.
Are her
Before
arms swinging under her
She
cloak?
suddenly gets attacked.
Are her what?
Sasha's back in orb.
Okay.
Are her arms swinging as she's walking?
She sort of has them. She sort of has them like crossed in front of her.
Okay.
Nylor.
And she's just walking towards us.
Yes.
Yeah, she's walking towards you. As she does, she looks up at all of you, gives you all, a sort of stoic nod, makes direct eye contact with Nylor. You sort of get this piercing feeling within you as she smiles and then just keeps walking.
Did I catch that?
I'll say that you noticed that she sort of paid Nylor a little bit more attention than the rest of you, whereas for the rest of you, she sort of just was like a passing glance over all of you. But when she looked at Nylor, she sort of gave him, a little bit more of an intense look.
Did I recognize her?
Oh, yeah. You know exactly who she is.
So,
I think I'm gonna turn around and follow her.
Oh.
oh,
Okay.
oh.
Okay.
So
You,
that's gonna halt Iluna in her path. As he turns around and follows her.
do you say anything to her?
Once I'm like at her side, I'm gonna be like, I haven't seen her in a while. How have you been?
And she's continuing walking. She slowed her pace to allow you to catch up. She says, I have been troubled. Yes, troubled is the word.
What's going on?
There is the calamity. It is starting to pick up. I have called a meeting.
A meeting with whom?
With the keepers of the realm.
Where's this meeting being held?
The city that you last gazed at the stars.
Neverwinter.
She nods.
Is there anything I could do to help?
If I am able to convince the keepers of the realm to assist us, we will need you at that time. And she sort of, glances back at the rest of your group who's standing there, and she says, we will be in need of your services. If you know, in 3 days' time. Wait, no. If we're including the day, oh my god! If we're including the day, yeah, in 3 days' time. So starting the next day, 3 days. So is the 25th on the 28th. However, she needs to say that. She says, "You will be in Neverwinter, and you shall find invitation for your band to attend the council meeting as representatives and as our force."
Are you aware of a dark one of your kind is traveling along with us?
Yes.
Do you have any advice for us? Should we continue to keep it under wraps? Should we...
I felt it that day. And I perceived it is in good hands. Keep it safe and out of the hands of those who wish to use it. They will be coming for it in time. And you must find the mother and end her.
What, in your expertise, what is the best way to hide it or conceal it?
With the beacon, they will be drawn to where that location was. Since you have moved it, it will be safe with you, as long as prying eyes are not aware.
Alright. So you said in 3 days I'll see you again?
Yes. You will receive invitation to the council meeting.
Alright. I'll give her like a little side hug and then turn around and catch back up with the group.
And you see that she accepts it, and she just continues walking on.
Hey guys, well, I have it on good authority that we'll be back in town in about 3 days. That was one of the members of the council that is meeting about the state of the world.
And you know her how?
Yeah.
Just from my past. That is of no concern now. But
I mean, it kind of is. You just told us you have a personal relationship with somebody powerful enough to meet with the council. That isn't a good enough answer.
She is aware of what we are traveling with. She informed me that as long as we keep moving and keep out of sight, it is safe with us.
Okay, how does she know?
She, much like your sister, she has a lot of knowledge on the subject.
Okay, but my sister isn't going to know that we are traveling with this precious gem.
Well, you yourself just said she's one of the most powerful beings on this earth. Like, it's kind of... She sensed it as soon as she walked by us.
Who is she?
It's someone I consider a very close friend, almost to the fact of a parental guardian. She was the one that really took care of me in my youth. I trust her more than I've trusted anyone else.
Does she have a name?
She sure does. Can't pronounce it.
Oh, I wanted to hear you try it so bad.
So there is actually a name that she would give you in these times where somebody were to ask you.
Okay.
And
send that to me.
Yeah.
What's her crazy name?
No, you're not supposed to know. Shh.
Okay.
What?
I literally helped you write your backstory.
Okay. Her name is Elia.
Okay.
Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right.
Elia. Don't matter.
Elia. Okay.
Sounds lovely.
Elia. Is that ringing a bell for Zash at all?
Would Nylar have told him that? I don't I will say
Whoa.
Personally for Zash, no. The name
Okay.
Elia, means nothing.
Okay. Well, I was just meaning like general world knowledge, because like this lady is literally going and meeting with like the king of Neverwinter and shit. Like she has to be somebody to garner that
she
spot.
is. Oh, she is. But it is not a name that you are aware of.
Okay. Okay.
So he didn't tell us a name, though. He
Her
was
name
just
is
saying
Elia.
that.
Yeah,
He told
Elia.
us Elia.
Mhm.
No, I mean, he told us in character, or
Yeah.
out. I thought you were saying it.
Yeah,
just,
in character, her name is Elia.
and none of us would recognize that name. Then.
No.
Hmm.
Indeed.
Unfortunately,
We
I'm
started
going to have to
continue
keep...
to walking, or we just still standing in the road going, who is that? How
I mean,
how are we supposed to how are we supposed to protect this egg if she is so powerful?
yeah.
That's actually a good question. If she knows so much and is powerful and knows we have the egg, why not?
She's on our side though.
She
You don't
just
have to worry
doesn't
about
want
it.
it.
No.
She doesn't want it.
She said it is safest with us.
I just have to trust that.
I'm just gonna kind of side-eye
I don't know
Nylor a bit and just say, you know I'm not gonna be able to leave this alone, right?
Okay.
Like, I'm going to pry.
That's
A
right
little
away.
out of character.
Like I said, you guys will see her again in approximately 3 days. You guys can ask her any questions you want about her then. I think we have more pressing matters at this current moment.
If you say so.
Also, my phone isn't charging, and I'm trying. I think I broke my phone cord.
Oh no, that's not good.
All right, well, Sash is now deep in thought, walking back to his home because another bombshell. Okay, listen, bitch. We can fight. Like.
And Luna's trying to trust these two guys in their contacts. One who says we're the safest people for this egg that just appeared. Okay. And the other one who's like, let's get to my sister. Hurry the hell up.
Yeah.
Well, I have so many reasons why I want to get home as quickly as possible.
Yeah. And this is, her most pressing thing is this egg she just doesn't want. But we're the best guardians for her. So cool.
Okay.
She's gonna clutch that damn pendant with all the emotion she has and say, please take me back to the Feywild and give me some answers. It's not gonna work this time though. Magic dude said enough emotion might cause something to happen.
Alright, give me just 1 second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real fast, and then we will get to the Innsmouth estate.
I am going to go as well.
Mm. Who's all here?
I'm here.
Beeb. Oh, yay. Beebs, are you around? You've been very quiet. Hello? Steve. Maybe he wandered off to the bathroom too.
Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum. Do your chains hang low? Do they wobble to the flow?
No.
Yeah, neither do mine.
I'm trying to figure out why Encounter Plus is not working on this gaming laptop.
Alright, is everybody back? Are we still sans Zash?
I'm here.
You're here.
Cats don't like water.
Tuh.
Where is the best place to find the Encounter Plus link?
The pinned comments in P5.
Okay. I was hoping.
Yeah, it's second one up.
Where are we at?
Sorry, I'm back.
It's all good in
I'm
the hood.
grabbing dinner.
I mean, I have a second.
Gazoon tight.
Steve there? I tried asking him before.
I'm back.
Oh, I couldn't hear you before. I didn't know if you wandered off or not. For some reason Encounter Plus isn't working on gaming laptop. It starts to. It says WebSocket connected. And then nothing. But unimportant right now.
All right. So if we are all good, where is that map? There it is. Come on, load through. There it is. All right. So we will keep going. So not too much longer up the road. You all eventually come to the site of the Innsmouth estate. Now, Zash, obviously, this is a place that you've grown up. You are very well accustomed to here. This is the actual map for... I know it says Leonhardt. That is just the map that I have. But as you are walking up, for the rest of you, you've seen estates here and there, but this one is pretty extravagant. There's a few different buildings. Zash, you obviously know what the difference is between them. The one in the far back is where the Innsmouths themselves sleep and stay. This one down here is where guests of the Innsmouth, where business is sort of held and maintained. These are down here in the bottom right. This is where the storehouses are. This is where materials and stuff are kept. And then back up in here is where workers who are contracted with them are working and living. And out here on the front, actually off to this left-hand side, this area, right here, that is actually the house for the Keene family. You sort of have the front part of the house because you guys are obviously the guards of the estate. But as you're walking up, something is extremely off. Walking up to this place, normally you would be able to walk right up to, your house, and you would normally see one of your family members on patrol. And in fact, you're keeping your eye up on the rooftops, looking out for any one of them. And you don't see any of them. In fact, as you're walking up, you see two guards with swords and shields. They walk up the road to you as you're heading up to the estate. And they sort of stand there with, a guarding presence. And the one looks at you and says, "Halt! State your business."
I feel like I should be asking you that question. Who are you? Why are you here?
And he looks at you, and then, the other one, taps him on the arm. He's like, "It's the other Keene kid." And he, the one looks at you, and the one who, stopped you looks at you and says, "Oh, we were not expecting you back."
Yeah, I came back on urgent business. What is going on?
He sort of, looks around, and he says, What business?"
It's personal business with my family.
"Then we can let you see your family."
Excuse me. What is this exchange right now? Who are you?
And he looks at you and says, he says, "My name is Vilden. I'm the current watch for the Innsmouth estate." And when you look at him as he says this, a symbol catches your eye. Of his dark clothing, there is a symbol stitched into it with dark thread that is the symbol of the troubleshooters.
Motherfuckers. Okay.
And
I'm gonna... Has something happened recently to the estate?
I'm not going to lie. You coming up here on business, I was under the assumption you were already aware if you have family business to attend to.
What business are you talking about?
I will let your family explain what happened.
Are they all right?
I will let your family explain.
I'll introduce him to each of the party members, and I'll tell him, these are my friends. Please treat them as guests. I need to go talk to my family. And I'll kind of just turn around and give everybody a look, and then head up to my home.
Okay. Do the rest of you do anything when he heads up there?
Not. Yes. Do you not wish for us to come with you?
I need to figure out what's going on first.
Do you want us to keep the bag and what's in it?
Yeah. And I'll hand it off to Iluna. And I'll look at her and I'll say, please don't word it like that again.
What? The bag and all of our,
Yes,
stuff?
absolutely. You all will be put into the guest house, and you should be comfortable there, and I will try to get back to you all within the hour.
So yeah, you see,
Is there nothing?
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing in the bag you'd want. I don't know. I presume like potions and stuff would be on your person. So.
Yeah, there's nothing of like super big value except obviously the egg, but
No.
which I'm saying this out of character, by the way.
Yes.
But yeah,
I was asking what about of characters. Nothing actually.
No,
in
yeah,
there
no. There's.
aside
I'm more
from
worried.
our main quest right now.
Right. I'm just more focused on trying to get to my family, because now I'm kind of freaking out, thinking based on what I've seen, something bad has happened.
All right.
Do you want Anime to come with you so she can come straight to us if need be?
Is it okay if I have a roost on the outside of the house?
Yeah. So where the guests, for right now, they'll be put in the building where business is sort of attended to. So that's going to be like right behind your family's house.
Okay.
So. All right.
As long as you're certain. We'll be here. And I don't know where you're putting Aluna, but she can be wherever. Or Anime, dear Lord.
I'm just gonna have her perch up on the top of the house to kind of stay as a lookout.
Look for a signal.
And yeah,
signal
like if
from you?
yeah, like if I need her, I'll come out
She's not
and
gonna
wait for
recognize
her.
your family or whatever. Really, she won't.
Yeah, I
And
know.
keep
I know.
herself in danger. I mean, out of danger, not in danger, dear Lord.
All right. So yeah, you can have animate out on the guest house, the business, actually the business center, and that is where the rest of you are going to be taken for this time, as you are being escorted by the other human that is here. You see the one guard who said that his name was Vilden. He turns the other one and says, Cyrus, take them up to the business building. They can wait there for their friend. And so they take you up here and around. And as you get up here, you can see in this central courtyard, there...
more than 120 feet away.
Yeah,
Looks like it.
Yeah.
Well, I lose the telepathic link after that. So she'd have to fly to me.
Yeah. I mean, she's going to be, like, right on top of the building. I mean, it's not too far. But like I said, he takes you up there. You can see that there's a bunch of these guys sort of walking around. Some of them swords, some of them spears. You can see up on these top rooftops, there are some sort of lightly stepping with bows and arrows. And there's a few with crossbows here and there. You would probably guess that there's maybe about 24, maybe a little bit more. And when you enter into this building, you can see that there's a few more on the inside of this building. They just sort of sitting around, talking to one another. And as you all walk in, there's a large table sitting in this main lobby area. And Cyrus looks at you and says, you can have a seat over there. When your friend is ready to come and collect you, then we'll inform you. And back with Zash, as they are being taken around, you head up to your house. You actually see that on the backside where the front door is, there's actually another one of the troubleshooters standing there. He has a shield and he has a halberd. And as Vilden walks around with you, he says, Kenneth, let him through. It's the other Keen boy. He says, are you sure? We were told not to let anyone in or out. He says,
what do you mean, are you sure? This is my home.
And Vilden just sort of rubs his eyes and he says, yeah, for now. All right.
What the fuck is going on?
And he gestures to the door for you to enter.
I pretty much, sprint in.
Okay. As you head inside, your house is as you remember it. However, you yourself would want to describe it. I don't know if you have ever thought of that.
Oh, yes. Okay, so shit, I am totally prepared for this.
I mean, it's fine. Like I said, we can say that it walks into a kitchen, where you and your family have spent many a mornings, afternoons, and evenings, spending time with one another. It's set up very much the way that you've always remembered it, because, I mean, to be honest, you were only here just maybe about 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
But walking into the house, you see your mother and your father and your sister sitting around a table with one another.
I will say real quick,
Mm-hmm.
The one thing about the house is it's very minimalistic. There's not a lot of, knickknacks and personal items. There's a lot of books. There's a lot of, potion remedying and stuff, because that's what my mom would be into, because she's more of on the healing side. And then there's just a fuck ton of weapons everywhere and gear. and things like that all over the place. It's not a normal home, that's for sure.
Okay. And, yeah, just for everyone's reference, I posted the pictures of, because Merrick was your father, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you're missing Therum.
I know.
Okay. Amazing. Okay.
As you head inside, you see, sitting around the table that has 5 seats, 3 of your family members. There's a somber air about the room, and as you walk through the threshold, they see you. They look at you with surprise. And your sister's like staring at you in disbelief, and your father stands up, and your mother, she just goes to tears as she sees you, and she runs over, embraces you. She says, "Sash, what are you doing here?"
Well, I had a vision, a premonition, something. What happened?
And, so you see, tears welling up in her eyes, and, your father walks up and, consoles your mother. And your sister, Ayani, she walks up, she, puts her hand on your shoulder, and she says, "Therum's dead."
It's Therum.
Yes.
Sash goes quiet and just kind of gets the, 1,000-yard stare for a bit.
I was actually in the process of writing you a letter. I was going to send word to the town you were in to have you come back.
How?
And so she pulls out this letter that she had written, and was she pulls it out, and she says, "I was going to sneak out, get it to a courier, and as you open it up, I actually think I might have it in here, but I will put it in here. Oh yeah, here. I'll see. Let me see if I can find this thing, because I had a picture of it, because it's not showing up in there. God damn it. Oh, of course it's not. All right, 1 second. Fuck, where the hell is it? No, wait, it was that long ago that I wrote that. Okay, I might have accidentally deleted... I might have accidentally deleted the picture, because I don't see it anywhere in here, but I will, I will just post the text, there in chat. I don't know why it does it like that. What the fuck? God damn it. God damn it. Alright, hold on. There's a way for me to do this. Copy, paste, there we go. To most, if if any of your friends were looking at this, it would just be in gibberish. But as you look at it, you recognize the code that you and your sister, when you were younger, had developed between the two of you. An almost sort of form of Pig Latin in a way. Sort of alternating, each one of you has a 4-letter name, each alternating the last 3 letters of your name for the end of the word. And moving the first letter to the end. Reading this, it takes you a little bit of a moment, but you are eventually able to read it. That it says, trouble at home, need help, meet me at our old hideout. Which you remember was a small little cave not too far to the south. That she was going to try and meet you there.
Okay.
But she looks at it and she says, well, I guess this is kind of moot. And she throws it into the fire there in the kitchen.
How long ago?
Yesterday.
How long ago was it that I had the vision?
A few days ago.
I gotta look at my notes because I don't.
Several days ago.
Yeah, you guys. That was about a 10-day ago. All of that happened on the 14th. It is the 25th, so it's a 10-day ago.
Yeah, not long after we got our pets. The same day or the day after. Pets. All sorts of trouble.
Okay, and I didn't see how. Okay.
No.
So I mean, like, was it like a week ago?
It was 11 days ago.
Okay. 11 days ago, I touched a shrine, and I had a vision. I saw a powerfully built tabaxi with white fur lying dead. The image of a black furred tabaxi with golden eyes staring at me inches from my face. Hearing my name spoken to me in a voice that I hadn't heard in months. And I could have sworn it was your voice, sister. And that's why I'm here. I needed to get home to make sure that you were all okay. And it seems I was too late.
She looks at you and she says, vision. Premonition of the moon. And, your mom is just inconsolable, crying into your father's arms. And, he looks at you and he's like, there was nothing we could have done.
How did it happen?
As far as we are aware, your brothers... I don't believe it, but... Your brother was on guard duty for the Lord's son. He had a meeting down in Neverwinter. It is there that... It is claimed that Therum attacked Thunsorn. And the binding rite between our families took effect.
Where is his body?
It is currently in the estate. They said that they were... Well... They said they were going to look into the situation, decide what to do with us. As you can see, they have brought in a guard force.
Yes. The troubleshooters. I saw them, I saw several letters being passed out by them in Neverwinter.
No doubt. Letting them know that the Innsmiths will be under new protection.
Something is wrong. I know Therum and I never really got along, but honor was his life.
And your mother turns around and she says, he would never do such a thing. He knows...
No.
He knows the consequences. He knew the consequences.
Something here is wrong.
And, you see Ayani, she looks at you. She says, we need you to find out what happened. I was going to send word to see if you could investigate. Because we were still here, they told us that we cannot leave the grounds. That until this investigation is over, because they think that we conspired to kill the Innsmiths. To get out of our contract.
Do you guys have his possessions that he had on him, or do they have that as well?
We were only able to see his body for a few minutes.
What part of town did this happen in?
I don't know. We were only informed whenever they brought his body back yesterday.
Maybe they'll let me go. I wasn't here. I haven't been here for a few weeks now. I wasn't aware of this assignment. None of it. So I'm cleared.
That is what we were hoping.
Wow. Have the Innsmiths had any contact with the troubleshooters before this? Have they been around the estate at all?
No. And your father, he sort of speaks up. No. They showed up this morning. Same time as we were going out for patrol. They told us that we were to stay in here. That they were going to be the new guard force.
I need access to his body.
And she says, well, your sister says it would be in the estate cellar. I doubt you're going to be able to get down there. They have guards posted everywhere.
I came with some friends, and I'm sure if not today, another day she'll be able to speak with the dead. And then we could get some more answers.
And your mother...
I am spinning right now.
Your mother turns around. She's like, whatever you can do. I know my son would never do this. Therum was... Yes, did he make mistakes? Yes. But he never would have done this.
None of us would. We are all loyal to the Innsmiths. Sure, we don't have, the most amazing life, but considering the slums that I just walked through to get here, I feel extraordinarily privileged. I mean, I've met other tabaxi who were completely homeless and are struggling to find a new place to call their own.
You met other tabaxi down in the mountains?
I did. I met a group of Felniks.
And your mother, you know, goes to attention at that name. And she says, Felniks.
I'll show her my necklace that Greymane gave me, or my pendant.
When she sees it, you see this look of recognition in her eyes. She goes, it has been a long time since I've seen that symbol.
There's not a lot of them, but they are good friends of mine. A lot of their village was destroyed by kobolds who served a dragon, a red dragon.
No, they were white dragon.
Oh, were they?
Yep,
okay.
yeah.
And I helped relocate them, so I have a good kinship with them at this point. I was bit by a were-rat.
And your sister's eyes just go wide, and your mother's like, "Are you, what?"
I got cured. I'm good. But that was what delayed me from getting here. I touched the shrine. We had a bad encounter with the were-rat clan. I got bit. We had to do some bullshit so that one of the ladies would make me a cure. She's actually pretty cool, and she's our friend now. I'm rambling.
And she looks at you and she says, "As long as you're okay, I cannot."
I got a necklace from a god.
And your sister looks at you and says, "Well, you've been gone for 2 weeks, and you have lived so much life."
I would put it all back if I could have saved my brother.
Your father walks up to you, puts his hand on your shoulder, and says, "You can do something. You're a smart kid. You're quick-witted. And I've never appreciated that about you. Find out what happened to your brother. Bring him to justice."
I want to troll so bad right now. Yes, all of those things are correct.
You see like a wry smile on your sister's face.
Oh my god, my head is racing. Okay. I will figure this out. I have a group of friends who have been extraordinarily reliable, and I'm sure that they'll help me. And Ayani, I need to talk to you about some things as well.
Yes, whatever you need.
Okay. Holy shit, okay. I wasn't expecting him to be dead. By the way, I did want to say this out of character earlier, but Stacy, you would know about these group of people from our interaction earlier in the city. Because I told you about the troubleshooters and how I warned What's-His-Face that they're just kind of shady people and that they're mercs and they're kind of shitty and not very trustworthy. If you wanted to relay that. All the guards right now that are guarding this whole place are all of the troubleshooters.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's like 3 of them. There's like 3 of them in the same in the same general vicinity of where you guys are all sort of sitting. They're keeping a watch on the rest of you.
Oh, I understand. At least when we saw that envelope, right? And I was like, what's that symbol?
Mhm.
So all that, yeah, I should be telling everyone that Sash doesn't really trust these troubleshooters. But we'd have to keep it rather hushed conversation because they're, oh no, spying on us like we are with my bird. Oh, we're not spying, but it's just perched up there innocently, looking like a bird.
More like troublemakers, am I right?
Aha!
Oh, what a cheap joke.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look at my dad
Mm-hmm.
and say, I'd like to show you what I've learned. Do you guys still have the fighting pit?
Yes.
Shall we?
In honor of your brother. Okay. Yeah. Well, this will be more cinematic. I obviously don't have a stat block for your father.
Okay.
So what I'm gonna
I mean, there's a reason to why I want to do that.
Yeah.
And it's not a fight.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say go ahead and roll a d20 plus your proficiency.
Okay.
So plus 3.
22.
Oh, okay. There's actually no reason for me to roll because I'm not giving him proficiency. So let's just see if he nat 20s. No. So why don't you describe the scene?
It would definitely be more of like an intense spar. Like, pretty much anybody outside of my family would think that we are just like full on fighting with each other, and you'd probably be a little hard pressed to try to break us up. But it's just the nature of my family. Like,
Yeah.
we are. It's almost like think of that one kid you knew in high school where every single person in his family was military. That's Zasha's family.
Okay.
Very strict, very one-dimensional. That's why he's really close with his sister, because she was the first one to really break from that mold
Right.
and not be super hardcore. And she's kind of the one who showed him, like, hey, there's more to life than just being, a walking weapon. But it would be a lot of grappling. Merrig, his dad, would definitely have some type of weapon. I think his favorite is the bow staff, so he'd probably be wielding a bow staff, and Zash would just be, turning off a brawl in.
Yep.
And yeah, it would just be an extremely violent sparring session that would confuse a lot of people because they'd think we'd be fighting.
Okay.
But during that, during the grapples and such, I would ask him,
Mm-hmm.
are we being watched? Is the house under surveillance? Are we free to talk within, inside?
And during that, he says, yes.
Yes, we are being watched, or yes, we're free to talk?
He says, yes, we are. He says, the house is being watched.
Okay. Alright. And then, that would probably... I don't know how long that would last. Probably like a good 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Just basically long enough to show him all of the things that I've learned. That, I went out, I pretty much accomplished what I was seeking to do, which was to find a new sect of fighting and to bring it back to the family.
Yeah, and
That's how our family displays strength, is by diversifying themselves and having different fighting styles, something to match every occasion, that whole thing.
And that's it. Your father, when you're all done, your father's out of breath. He's like, I must say, I was not expecting you to have learned so much in such a short period of time. But
I had a good teacher. Watch this. And Zash will wind his arms back and clap, and
Nice.
he's gonna discharge his thunder bracers.
And your sister, your mother and your sister are standing there off to the side, and your sister looks at him and she says, "Where'd you find those?"
I'll grab my pendant, because I'm pretty sure my pendant had Greymane's name on the back of it, right?
It did.
And I'll show her his signature, and I'll tell her, this is the Felnix that I met, and when I saved him and his granddaughter, he gave these to me as a token of his appreciation, and this is just part of what they do.
And she looks at it and she says, Thunder Bracers. Something about that is familiar, but I have to do some research.
There are a few things I want you to research on.
And?
I'll tell you later.
Understood.
And what I'm going to do is, using our convenient little code system,
Yep.
write her a note and explain to her about what happened with the dragon cult that we met, with the guy who we met, about how I pulled a card out and got 25 gems, 20 gems, worth a fuck ton of money, and how another person in my party got a black dragon egg. And then I'm also going to explain the elf woman who we saw Nylor talking to on the road on our way here.
Okay.
And then I'm also going to ask her... hold on, I have to pull out my notes. Why can't I remember the secret order I'm a part of?
Oh, the Harpers.
Yes, I'm going to ask her about the Harpers and if she knows anything about them and if they are trustworthy.
Okay, so are you asking her this? Are you telling her about this stuff to try and garner information from her?
Yes, because I mean, my knowledge of the Cobalt Soul is that it's kind of like a hub of information, and they're kind of like a neutral body within the world. They kind of like, they're on the side of like progression and like the natural good order of things. Like, they definitely seek out and root out corruption and just evil and shit like that. So, and they have like a huge collection of books and knowledge, and they're really good at researching shit. So that's why I'm coming to her with these questions, because for Zash, if anybody would know or be able to find out about this stuff, it would be Ayani.
Okay. Yeah, she, she's sort of taken aback by everything you've brought to her, and she says, I will reach out to those information. I will reach out to the web of the library, and I will see what I can find about all of this.
I'll just tell her, be careful about this one, and I'll point to the word black.
As in the black dragon?
The black egg.
Okay. And she nods. And so while all this was going on, the rest of you who are over in the other chambers, over in here, you're sort of, you were brought in here, set around this table, and as you're there, you see a few of the other, of these guards sitting around the room, and through the conversation that they're having, they're drinking. They're obviously not taking a ton of this seriously. And through the conversation that they're having, you hear the one go, "Yeah, so now with those letters, we might be able to have a little bit more sway. With the boss, he, once he gets what he wants, we get what we want. It's, and the one looks at him and says, yeah, but, I mean, if we're constantly having to defend this place, what's it really benefiting us?" And he sort of looks at him and he says, "Look, once this is all over, and the boss," and he, sort of looks at him and, raises an eyebrow. He says, "The boss has what he needs. It's easy street for us. We don't have to worry about this gig at that point." He's like, "They'll be coming to us for help." And sort of gets a little bit of a chuckle. He says, "After all, we're the troubleshooters. We're the only thing in town at this point." And sort of have a few laughs around him. And as that's happening, you see one of the other guards come inside, and he says, "Hey, I need two of you. We gotta go move something." And they sort of look at one another. He says, "Now." And that is where we are going to leave it for the night.
Slimy little bastards.
Yeah. So.
Oh, man. I thought we were going to make it in time.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you this. There's the two main stories that are going on up here, the council and this, I wasn't planning on them being at the same time. In fact, you heading up here at this time moved that timeline forward so close that had you made it to Neverwinter the morning before you did, you probably would have been able to intervene, or at least been there when the scene had gone on. Mainly because my initial plan, like, I have a calendar where all of this information is kept, and there are specific moments where things happen, and when I had this, like, I honestly was not anticipating you being like, we need to go there as soon as possible. So because of that, I was like, oh man, like, I gotta move things up. But like, the council meeting's at around the same time, and oh no, and I had a letter planned out that your sister is gonna send you, and like, everyone else who was like, it was gonna be at the inn, like it was gonna be at the Stonehill Inn, like waiting there for you. Yeah, so that's why she had it, because she was gonna send it out. So it was actually gonna get to you in about 3 or 4 days was when that letter was going to get to you. And then at that point, I sort of and I will say this, the fact that you went forward with this has lined things up to where you should be able to handle, like, you guys more or less have, like, 3 days to solve this mystery of what actually went on before the council. Because one of the big things I wanted this to be was, like, you guys get up to Neverwinter and there's this big council meeting going on, and you're being requested out of the blue. And it's like, you have to make that decision. What do you go and attend to first? Like, you now have to worry about something else, but now you got Zash's family thing. So, I will say, doing it, you guys moving it forward like you moving it forward like you did, put some coals under my feet. So.
Can't wait for us to just go back into the town hall and be like, kill everyone. All 24 of them, let's go.
Torture everybody.
Yeah, I'm, like I said, I'm sort of curious to see. I do actually have, so I have, where's the maps? Here they are. Yeah, so there's the main floor of the estate. There's the second floor. There is the cellar. And then there's technically the garden, which was supposed to be the front. But I actually preferred this one. But yeah, I don't. I have the estate, But I'm sort of curious to see how you guys go about this, which we will attend to in a week. Yeah, I do apologize. Smith, Steve, and Hannah. I know there wasn't a ton, for you guys to really dig into in this one. I sort of had this journey up here. Once you guys got to Neverwinter, was going to be, some Nylor stuff and a lot, that the Zash stuff. So I did want to say that I know there wasn't like a ton of opportunities for more role playing, but hey, you guys got some cool armor, and Seftis' horse got some armor.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, is like, as soon as we got out of the city, I'd have pulled him out for you. Whatever his name is.
Needing to ask his horse.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but probably going up to the estate, I probably would have been like, I think he needs to go back in the bag.
Oh yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong.
I know.
The mental image of a flaming warforge on an undead horse with this crazy volcanic sword is insanely badass.
It is.
But that screams like harbinger of death, all armed.
Oh, so good. So good. I think this is what I keep, I think I sent this to Steve, before, but, this is what I keep thinking of is, just the God of War. Hannah, if there was any armor that you wanted to purchase, your Albina was there at the armor whenever everyone else is. So if there was any armor that you wanted to purchase, and there is there's a picture. If you scroll up a little bit, then you'll see that there's the armor that's there and the prices. So if you would have bought some there, if you wanted to buy some while you were there, they can just take out the gold from the coffers.
Approximately what time is it? Because we were like, we started in the morning, maybe mid to late morning, right? And then we were shopping.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's about 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Yep. 2 o'clock.
Oh man, that was fun.
Mm-hmm. I've been waiting to get to this point, and yes, I will say. So you are correct in assuming that that Tony, or not Tony, James's character Cedric would have had ties to this plot line. I had to, once him and Michelle left the campaign, I was like, I have to reimagine something, because like I sort of need to get the characters from point A to point B, but Cedric was sort of the one key to some of that. So now I gotta sort of warp it around a bit. But I think it's...
Is that where the vision came into play?
No, that was just like all of this was sort of...
I was gonna ask the same.
Yeah, like that was... When I decided to do that, that was just what it was. Like, it was going to be a premonition. And honestly, from my perspective, I was of the mindset that the group was going to be like, oh, you know, we're... Like, they're just crazy dreams. Not, I need to go to Neverwinter now. So I'm like whenever that was the situation, I'm like, oh, I need to address this right now.
I think the thing that like really solidified it for me was like the whole Iluna like being transported to the Feywild and getting like a tangible item.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh man, yeah, I really gotta go home.
Yep.
Like, I really need to go home.
Yeah, that's understandable. Believe me, it's about having plans and knowing that your party's going to do everything they can to sort of throw a wrench in them,
Derail them.
Yeah, which I love. I mean, like I said, that was